Good, that's great. I'm glad to hear that everyone is doing well. You've all made it through the first 2 days, and we are ready to start the action on day 3. Are you excited about day 3? I'm thrilled. I'm just looking at the richness of the program. I've heard about how you've been thoroughly enjoying your sessions and your group discussions. So it is an absolute joy for us to meet once more on this, the day 3 of the second International Higher Education, Teaching and Learning and Student Support Conference. What a joy it is for me to welcome you once more to Unisa, our Muckleuck campus, in this building, the Winnie Madikizela building, in the ZK Matthews Hall. To those of you who are joining us online, we are thrilled that you can gather around and participate with us. We have a rich program that has been painstakingly planned and put together for your interest and for your delight, for your discourse and for your debate. But before we begin today, may I please make a few important announcements. For those in the ZK Matthew Hall and those who would join the group work sessions, please do remember to switch off your cell phones or keep your cell phones on silent mode. Remember, as you sit in this ZK Matthews Hall, our exit signs are clearly pointed out, and in the event that we need to exit, we need to do so very, very calmly and carefully. As you descend the stairs and turn left, you will find all of the ladies' and men's washrooms. For any assistance, you will see our clearly marked staff who will be able to guide you. They are seated at the registration desk at the entrance. So, without any further ado, and to ensure that we maintain the time that is planned for each session, I would also like to advise that you familiarize yourself with these two friends of mine. This friend says you have 5 minutes left, and when you see this, you must kindly start wrapping up. This friend says your time has expired. When you see this, die rooi gevaar, stop immediately. This means your time has come to an end. So it is very, very important for us to maintain the time and the schedule so that we can be enriched by all of the presentations without any stress at all. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute joy to say that this, the second conference of its nature, and the third day is aimed to really reinforce the notion that education is an unparalleled agent for social transformation. We know that education has existed in various forms throughout human history, and it was often associated with the socialization of elites. But now, the establishment of the public education system was to facilitate wider access and to ensure that our students are trained and equipped for a life of meaning and sense, for a life that would be able to contribute to the betterment of professions, people, places, products, policies, the planet even. And so we are delighted to focus on how higher education plays this role in shaping the active citizens and enabling real-world engagement with our students. It is my delight today to introduce you to Professor Machano. Prof. Machano is a champion of teaching and learning and student support. She is very highly committed to seeing that all students, no matter where they are located, no matter what their worldview, culture, language, tribe, or context is, receives the highest support and receives the encouragement they need to march into a world filled with complexity. Won't you welcome Prof. Mokhano today as she welcomes you officially to the third day of the conference. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. James, our program director. Good morning, colleagues. Tobela. Good morning, Khuyamore. Sanbonani, Lochani, Abushe, Rimacheron. Thank you so much. All the people are in the room. Thank you so much. Dr. James has already introduced that we are on day 3. We are excited that we are starting our day reflecting on yesterday. Work integrated learning was emphasized. We have seen the prototypes. Prof. Motaung Kio gave us a clear picture of what she has done as a scientist. And also Dr. Mbide from Makerere University demonstrated how they are able to link a module or a course up to the market. So as Unisa, what are we doing? I want to announce that in June, DTSFL will be going to Makerere University. We will be coming with the real stuff of connecting theory with practice. Shall we applaud that? And I'm going to invite all the colleges, but they will pay from their funds. All the colleges, the wheel coordinators will also accompany us so that we see and we hear how Makerere made it possible that the work integrated learning should be functional. Without any waste of time, I want to say, let us today be transformed. Who will be speaking on the transformation? As far as student support is concerned, it will be Dr. Maketa. And we also have one of our alumni, Honorable Megan Adonis Chauke. We'll be having Dr. Makenika. We'll be having Advocate Maifadi. We'll be having Prof. Musweli. I want us to be timers and we listen carefully so that at the end of this conference, we are able to take points home and transform what we are doing in our space. Even in administrative section, there must be transformation. The sign language interpreters are here to show one element of transformation. After the formal session in the plenary, we'll be moving to the Senate Hall, where we will be looking at the posters, listening, and taking notes. I wish at the end of the conference there should be a policy brief being written to suggest to the authorities, the Minister of Basic Education and the Minister of Higher Education, that from this conference, these are the practicals or these are the transformation elements that we see from basic education up to higher education. What can be brought forth? Because as pragmatists, I believe in action. Theory doesn't work. But when you are practical, you are able to implement because you have what is it that must be done to transform society. With those few words, we are going to Dr. James, you will read the CV or the biography of Miss Fanon. This is yesterday's work that we could not show on the video. She is in Canada. Then we are going to have the last session of work integrated learning, and then we proceed with the program of the day. Thank you very much, colleagues. Welcome.
Many, many thanks, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read the CV of Miss Anne Fanon. She is the director of the Work-Learn Institute at the University of Waterloo. Anne-Marie Fanon, a passionate advocate for work-integrated learning, is the director of a Work-Learn Institute at the University of Waterloo. With over 20 years of experience in higher education, she has led world development and enhancement locally, nationally, and internationally. Her focus has been on building scalable and sustainable world ecosystems that benefit partners, students, and higher education institutions. Fanon's commitment to WIL extends beyond academia. She is a member of the Executive Council of the World Association for Cooperative Education and Work-Integrated Education. She actively engages with cooperative education and work-integrated learning in Canada, and she serves on their Government and External Relations Committee. During the period of 2016 and 2017, she served as the president of Canada's Cooperative Education and Work-Integrated Learning. She has led the expansion of this committee from co-op to work-integrated learning. Over to you, Anne-Marie Fanon. What a joy it is to host you. Your time is 20 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be joining you virtually for your second annual Teaching, Learning, and Student Support Conference at the University of South Africa. My name is Anne Fanon, and I'm the director of what's called the Work-Learn Institute at the University of Waterloo. At the Work-Learn Institute, we have the unique pleasure of studying work-integrated learning and trying to figure out how it works and how to improve its outcomes for all of our stakeholders, for our students, for our employers and host partners, and then for ourselves as higher education institutions. So it's my absolute pleasure to join you today to share a little bit about how we do work-integrated learning in Canada, and then some thoughts on the really critical role that work-integrated learning can play in ensuring that our graduates are future ready. First, I'll start with some definitions because we can tend to use very similar language in very different ways. So this is the Canadian definition of work-integrated learning, and we include educational programs that formally and intentionally integrate the student's academic studies with learning in a workplace or a practice setting. So, of course, some common forms of work-integrated learning include internships, apprenticeships, and in Canada, what we call cooperative education. What's really important is that for us, for something to be considered work-integrated learning, it needs to have an engaged partnership of a student, a higher education institution, and an employer or a host organization. And also, very intentionally, the learning outcomes from work-integrated learning programs include things like employability, lifelong learning, and agency. At the University of Waterloo, we're very well known for a form of work-integrated learning called cooperative education. We were the first higher education institution in Canada to offer co-op education, and we now run the world's largest program of its kind. So I'll just share a little bit about what that looks like. The university was founded in 1957, and so The university started with co-op as core to its model of education. Because of that, we are #1 in Canada for experiential learning and often #1 for graduate employability. And we have about 26,000 students that go out and work in a global network of over 9,000 employers. Now, what does that actually mean? Roughly speaking, our students alternate between academic terms and paid work terms for 4 and 2/3 years. So during this time, they will complete between 4 and 6 4-month paid work terms. So roughly they do a school term and then a work term and a school term and a work term, and they go on like that for up to 5 years. In addition to all of the standard academic requirements that the students would have, then by the time they graduate, they have almost 2 years of paid work experience. They have evaluations that are completed by their employers. They take online professional skills courses as well to help supplement their learning during the work terms. Despite the extra time in the degree and the extra work, co-op is the #1 reason that students come to the University of Waterloo. And they're drawn to co-op for a number of reasons. So first, as with all kinds of work integrated learning, that hands-on application, the ability to really see theory put into practice. But our students know that they're also gaining really important transferable employability skills, that they understand what it means to be an employee, to integrate into an organization, and to begin to add value to that organization. Because of the structure of our program, our students have an opportunity to explore all kinds of different career options, working in different sizes of industries, working in different kinds of industries, and really seeing what's a good fit for who they are as a person. Of course, in every one of those work terms, they have networking opportunities to help them build their professional network. And because co-op is paid, the students earn regular income to help pay for their academic studies throughout their undergraduate career. And importantly, there are some very tangible outcomes for our graduates. So 91% of our co-op graduates are employed within 6 months of graduation. Now, we do have a relatively high employment rate in our province, in our country, in Canada. So about 89% of graduates get employed, regardless of the program that they study in. But what I really want to point out are the next two boxes on your screen. So what we see is that 96% of our graduates are employed in jobs that are related to the skills that they learned at Waterloo. So we see much closer alignment between field of study and then ultimate field of employment when students participate in co-op. And we also see significant salary differentials. So 83% of our graduates earn about $60,000, a minimum of $60,000 Canadian. That's about 800,000 Rand a year. 2 years after graduation, and that compares to 44% of graduates in my province in Canada. So a big difference in terms of starting salary and seeing those salary premiums continue throughout their career. And what I want to highlight is that these outcomes are not just limited to the students at the University of Waterloo. I want to share two national studies with you right now. The first one was a national study that looked at tax records of graduates of co-op programs. And they found that participation in a co-op program led to higher post-graduation salaries, closer likelihood of a match between skills and employment, and greater likelihood of permanent employment. We also saw that participation in a co-op program was seen to reduce or eliminate post-graduation salary gaps for students from equity-deserving groups who would traditionally graduate into a lesser salary. A recent study done by our colleagues in Australia showed very similar outcomes. So participation in work-based forms of will, like co-ops and internships, led to higher post-graduation employment and lower levels of perceived overqualification. In particular, this study saw that students with disabilities had much better post-graduation employment outcomes if they participated in work-based forms of work-integrated learning. So if the whole point of work-integrated learning is just to get students jobs, then I hope I've demonstrated that co-op and other forms of work-based work-integrated learning can do a really good job at that. But what I want to spend a little bit of time talking about now is really preparing our students and our graduates with the skills that they're going to need to not just find employment after graduation, but to navigate a rapidly changing world of work and to find and secure meaningful employment throughout their careers. I've got a couple of research studies that really demonstrate the value of work-integrated learning in inculcating our students with the skills that they need to have the resilience, the agility, the adaptability to do so. And that's what I'm really excited to share with you now. I'm sure that many of you have spent a fair bit of time thinking about what the future of work looks like, and these factors are all probably very familiar to you, so I won't spend much time on them, but just to get us all on the same page. Some of the conditions that are changing the way that we think about work are globalization. So the fact that I'm joining you today virtually is just another very small example of the ways in which we're able to interact with and learn from each other in a global fashion in many ways that we weren't able to do even 5 or 10 years ago. Of course, I'm sure it's been a big focus of your conference. It's certainly a big focus of our work, rapid technological advancements, particularly generative AI, and the ways in which it's changing how we do our work, how we do teaching and learning, and importantly, what entry-level positions look like for our graduates. We're seeing increasing social and economic divides in many, many regions of the world, continued challenges with climate change, lots of interesting shifting demographics. So I come from a country where we have an aging population, and we will absolutely need immigration to be able to maintain our workforce. In sub-Saharan Africa, you have the challenges and the opportunities that come with having a very young population and needing to very quickly put in place the infrastructure to educate all of that. And so the shifting demographics around the world are playing a really important point, as is our increased longevity and the increasing time that we're spending in the world of work in our lives. And then last but certainly not least, we continue to see the growth of the gig economy, where we understand that many of our graduates are going to need to weave together a livelihood with many different gigs. All of these factors are coalescing to create a future of work that will be at its core about the ability to navigate change. So for both economic and lifespan reasons, our graduates in Canada are expected to work into their 70s or even their 80s, and those longer careers paired with rapid automation will give those graduates an imperative to be lifelong learners, constantly upskilling and reskilling. And this is changing the notion of the T-shaped professional, which you can see on the slide here, that has sort of rich expertise in one area and then broad human skills, into this comb-shaped professional, where we at various points in our lives will need to develop rich expertise in very different areas of focus to be able to keep up with all of the change. And of course, those human skills, which have always been so important, are increasing in importance as we continue to add more automation and more AI into our world, and as tasks which can easily be codified, and we're really seeing this with Gen AI right now, become automated. And then finally, as mentioned, an increase in the gig economy means that many of our graduates are going to have portfolio careers, weaving together a livelihood, working on specific projects or short-term contracts. All of these changes mean that we'll really need dramatically different skills to navigate this rapidly evolving world of work. So this slide is from the World Economic Forum. It's the report on jobs from 2023, but 2025 doesn't look much different. And I want to narrow in on a couple of the skills that the WEF calls the self-efficacy skills. So those with blue icons. We have curiosity and lifelong learning, resilience, flexibility and agility, and motivation and self-awareness. These are skills that are notoriously difficult to teach, and quite frankly, skills that we haven't traditionally considered to be part of our curriculum. But not only do I believe that it's our responsibility to teach these skills, I believe that work-integrated learning is key to doing so. We only have a few more minutes together, so we'll just get to scratch the surface of this. But I'll draw upon some data, some research, and some good practice to help highlight ways that can uniquely help to develop these attributes in our students. I'd like to start with career development, the ability to find a job, to articulate your skills, and connect those skills to the needs of an organization is absolutely a skill itself, and it isn't one that we typically teach our students, but it's going to be one that's going to be increasingly valuable as our graduates navigate change. One exception to this is in work-integrated learning, where we do teach students how to prepare for a work experience, and they get the most authentic assessment possible when they go out and they apply for their will positions. So just to give you an example of how this works at the University of Waterloo, because our students are participating in that co-op model, by the time that they graduate from our program, they've had between 20 and 30 job interviews. Every single time, every step of the way, they're learning how to articulate the skills that they have and how to connect those skills and those experiences to the needs of the organization that they're applying for. And that is a skill that is going to stay with them for the rest of their lives in understanding how to position who they are and how to seek out work. Another valuable element of work-integrated learning program design happens when we can create opportunities for students to test drive different kinds of organizations. So this not only helps them better understand their values and their interests, but it really strengthens that skill of transfer, of taking their knowledge and applying it across different contexts, understanding how their skills can be leveraged in different roles, organizations, and industries. At Waterloo, our students certainly take advantage of the flexibility that the co-op program gives them. So 87% of our students worked with 3 or more different employers. 56% worked in 3 or more different industries. And so that just gives you a sense of the ways in which in a very short period of time, students are not only becoming comfortable with different kinds of organizations and industries, they're really learning how to integrate and how to add value in a very short period of time. The World Economic Forum also highlights the critical role of the skills of self-efficacy, flexibility, agility, motivation, and more. And one of my favorite studies that talks about the ways that work-integrated learning does this is from a colleague, Patricia Lynn, who was a researcher at Antioch College in Ohio in the United States. And what Pat Lynn did was she decided she was going to study graduates from a co-op program 30, 40, 50 years after they completed co-op to understand what that impact was on them over their lives. And she identified 5 main areas of influence: emotional intelligence, self-efficacy, career planning, developing social values and attitudes, and what she called 5 to 9 learning, figuring out how to get to work on time and what bus to take and how to get the groceries and make sure that you're feeding yourself and all of those other aspects. I love this study so much. It really speaks to us about the long-lasting impact of work-integrated learning and co-op programs on our learners. Because we're really short on time, I'm just going to very quickly highlight an example or two that comes from the study. In this quote, we see one graduate who speaks about the role of co-op in helping her to develop self-efficacy. And she writes, "Well, I never thought I would venture very far, and then I was 16 and I went to Yellow Springs, Ohio for college, and I never went home. I went home for visits, but that was it. And afterwards I landed in all kinds of places, I mean in strange places, not knowing anybody, and I made it." And I think probably the most dramatic example of that was when my husband died quite suddenly. And there I was in the Washington area with no job, no source of support, and 3 little children, and knowing nobody. And you know, I made it. And I think the Antioch experience had everything to do with me not being afraid. What a powerful quotation to speak to the impact of participating in a co-op program. Another area that is going to be very important in the future of work is entrepreneurship and the creation of an entrepreneurial mindset. And I just wanted to highlight one study that my colleagues and I did where we went out and we spoke to entrepreneurs that had participated in co-op or other forms of work-integrated learning. And we asked them to tell us about their journey, but we didn't ask them at all about their co-op experiences specifically. We just wanted to hear how they found themselves starting their own ventures. Despite the fact that we hadn't explicitly asked about work-integrated learning, every participant attributed work-integrated learning as a key reason that they started their venture. They said that it was the combination of institutional supports, faculty mentorship, and the structured will experience that encouraged an entrepreneurial spirit. And we see all kinds of examples of this at Waterloo, where there's such a strong connection between the students getting an opportunity to see real business problems and then to have the supports and the structures within the institution to think about how to create a venture that's going to solve those specific problems. With my last minute or so, I just want to talk about one other critically important skill for the future of work, lifelong learning. At the WorkLearn Institute, we've done a ton of research on lifelong learning and the association between participation in work-integrated learning programs and the development of a lifelong learning mindset. And we have seen that there is a clear association between the number of will experiences our students have and lifelong learning characteristics. So the more will, the more likely they are to be associated as lifelong learners. There's a lot of research to be done to figure out why, but we think at its core, participation in work-integrated learning showcases to our students all of the opportunities and the necessity that we have to be lifelong learners. When we can scaffold and put reflections around will properly, that also gives a great opportunity for our students to develop that lifelong learning mindset. I'm out of time, and that makes me so sad because I really wish I could be there with you in person to talk about how we can structure work-integrated learning experiences to make sure that our graduates have all of the capabilities and the skills that they need to succeed in our rapidly changing world. Since I can't be there with you in person, please do connect in with me via LinkedIn. I'd be happy to hear more about the work that you're doing at Unisa and to think about ways that we can continue to collaborate and work together. I wish you a very successful rest of your conference. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Take care, everyone.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Miss Fanon from the University of Waterloo. She has presented a firm case for the value of engaged scholarship and student engagement and lifelong learning. She has indicated how this kind of student engagement really produces the graduate that has the skills, the knowledge, the attitude, and the intelligences to move forward in the current milieu and serve in the workplace, as well as develop new ideas, new entrepreneurial ventures. We are seeing through Ms. Fanon's presentation that students who have participated in an engaged manner while they are studying continue to reap the benefits well over half a century after their graduations. And so let us continue to explore how work-integrated learning and an engaged orientation to teaching and learning will deepen our students' skill set and prepare them for the world. Friends, it is now my delight to introduce you to our first keynote speaker of this morning, who will speak to us on the very critical issue of transformation. You hear this word everywhere. What are we transforming? What needs to be transformed and why? And so we are privileged to have with us Dr. Muckleuck from the University of Veneu. And Doc will take us through this critical first keynote. But before he does, allow me to read his bio. Dr. T.J. Muckleuck is a senior lecturer in the Department of Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Heritage Studies under the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science and Education at the University of Veneu. Dr. Muckleuck has supervised a number of honors and master's research within the field of Indigenous knowledge systems and African studies. He is an external examiner at various universities. His research interests include, among other issues, land, traditional leadership, traditional medicine, indigenous agriculture, and indigenous science. He is passionate about teaching and learning, especially in indigenous knowledge systems. And Dr. Muckleuck is currently in the process of diversifying his research interests to include higher education, teaching, learning, curriculum development, work-integrated learning, for which he is currently processing and writing a great deal of research for publication. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we put our hands together and have a warm Unisa welcome to Dr. Muckleuck. While Doc comes to the stage, can I ask all of you to gather closer together? This is a special request from our media advisors. If you could huddle closer together. Dr. Muckleuck, what a joy to welcome you to our conference today.
Thank you, thank you. Yes.
It's not ready.
Not ready.
Sure.
Oh. Good morning. Yes, to the university executive leadership, my fellow keynote speakers, colleagues from Univen, I saw you, colleagues from various universities, various countries, receive warm welcome from the University of Veneu. As introduced, I won't spend much time introducing myself, but I will go right into the issues. My slides are not appearing. I don't know what I need to do, if I need to get assistance. The IT team. So as they come, I think my discussion today will be mainly focusing on transformation of higher education, teaching and learning through the Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge Systems. I will not bore you much about what transformation is, what is it all about, as we all know it, but I wanted to highlight at least the African conception of transformation. So in an African context, transformation refers to a multifaceted societal and economic change process. And this process often involves dismantling the existing power structures and creating new systems and structures that prioritize equity, justice, as my name, and sustainable development. So when I look at these challenges that transformation within the context of Africa wants to address, these are the issues that as South Africa as well, we are struggling from these issues. We are struggling from issues of equity, justice, and sustainable development. And this is what transformation is all about within the context. But of most important is the issue that we need to dismantle some power structures in order to achieve such. So that's important. So I don't want to go into the simplistic definition of transformation. I think the key question is why do we need to transform higher education, teaching and learning space? We should bear in mind that Africa has not escaped the context in which it was viewed by the colonialists and continue to suffer from that fate even today. And the higher education space is not immune to that, issue. We need to also look at the impact of colonialism, even though some will argue that why do we still need to talk about colonialism? For me, it's relevant because the higher education space that we have today largely represent colonial powers and colonial structures. And for me, these are the impacts of colonialism and the colonial legacies that we still, have to live with. So having said that, there is a need to push the transformation agenda within the higher education space. And I think this is why the Unisa institution has brought us together to bring our minds together in order to assist each other to find ways of transforming this higher education system that is highly colonized. For me, that is why today I'm going to speak about Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge System as a tool that can be assisting us into slowly transforming the higher education space. So that is why I'm saying we should be able to see the indigenous knowledge, this knowledge that has been undermined and, well, in some cases criminalized by the colonial masters for centuries. So we should be able to see this knowledge being lifted up, being promoted in the higher education, teaching and learning spaces. But this transformation that we are talking about, it should not be in a vacuum. it should also look to the realities that our societies faces, their needs, their societal, their needs in terms of what they require in order to have that sustainable development that we were talking about. So instead of us being, continue to perpetuate the colonial distortions of who we are and what we should be, and what we should teach and how we should teach it. There has been many speakers who spoke before me about transformation, especially transformation of higher education, teaching and learning spaces. And these speakers were in agreement in a sense that they all talked about the need to transform higher education and the higher education teaching and learning space. So there's no disagreement that there's a need to transform this animal. But the choices of what to transform and the shape of this transformation that it should take should be determined by the kind of contributions that the graduates of these higher learning institutions in South Africa and everywhere else should make in their society. What contributions do we want our graduates to make in their society? So these are some of the things that should guide our transformation of higher education, especially in terms of what do we teach them, how do we teach them, which is relevant to their local societies, where after graduation they are going to stay, they are going to live, they are going to have to survive in those spaces. So they should not find themselves being unable to solve the problem that they have left when they went to the university. So our transformation needs to look at that as well. It should also be influenced by the need of the society that these universities seek to serve. So one example is that the university that I work for seeks to produce graduates that are locally relevant and globally competitive. So for graduates of this university to be locally relevant, the curriculum needs to reflect the needs of the society and the challenges that they are facing, so that when these graduates go back to their society, they are able to fit in, they are able to be relevant in that society, in those communities. So if the curriculum does not look into what are the socio-economic challenges that are being experienced in the societies, these graduates, in as much as we want them to be locally relevant, they might not be able to do that. So IKS in the University of Veneu was recognized as one of the niche areas, which means that the University of Veneu wants to be known to be the leaders of IKS. So now, this animal that I want to use to demonstrate the transformative nature of it, and that we can be able to use this animal to actually transform the higher education teaching and learning space, is Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge System, which is a multi- and interdisciplinary program that seeks to teach indigenous knowledge systems from various angles and spaces. The degree focuses much on African indigenous healthcare systems, African indigenous agriculture, African indigenous science and technology, and African indigenous arts and culture. So the students study all these fields not in isolation, but in comparison with other knowledge systems, because IKS is there, but there are other knowledge systems that are there, like Western knowledge systems, like Asian knowledge systems, and many others. So this is to bring the comprehensive education for them to understand that in as much as there's IKS, there's other knowledge systems that can be integrated and produce something very significant. The degree is a proper degree that is SAQA accredited and CHE, SAQA registered and CHE accredited. So it's a 4-year program that when they graduate, they go straight to the master's degree. So in this degree, we also have research components that when they do their 4th year, they are expected to do IKS research. They are also expected to do what we call work integrated learning. So there were speakers who talked about work integrated learning. Prof. Mutaung yesterday talked much about work integrated learning. So this degree was designed with the work integrated learning component in it in order to expose students to various spaces where IKS is being used on a daily basis and at the professional level. For them to also be work ready by accustoming themselves with the work environment, being able to understand what work environment look like, to learn new skills, discover themselves, they grow professionally, academically, and even personally. So, for us, this degree is transformative in that it's a game changer. And what game is it changing? The knowledge systems that this degree teaches, or that students are taught and produce through their research, is the knowledge that was marginalized, or that is still marginalized in certain spaces, of course, undermined and criminalized. So this knowledge system is the knowledge system that majority of us sitting here, we use it every day. We grow up using it, we're still using it, sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously. So we all had, those of my age and older than me knows about the issue of storytelling. We now experience what we call abduction of children, children getting accident or incidents when they are left home alone by their parents, which the indigenous people saw long time ago. I will not narrate the story the way it is, but I will explain it in order for the colleagues to understand as to what do I mean when I'm saying indigenous knowledge knew and they value the children, and they knew that children should not be left alone at all costs, because there is danger that is posed by such actions. There was a certain animal. This certain animal had the little ones, the little animals, the baby animals. And this animal had to go and look for food for these little ones. And because there was no a babysitter at the time for the animals as well, the animal decided to lock the baby animals inside the house, and off the animal go to look for food. Then the vampire animal, the animal that eat other animals, saw the mother to the animals leaving the house. He slowly came the animal came to the house and disguised as the mother, so that the kids or the baby animals can be able to open the house, because the house was sealed, was locked. You can only unlock from the inside. So the baby animals recognized that this is not the voice of our mother, so they did not open. He went back, and he tried several times in order to enter the house and eat those baby animals. So this story simply says indigenous people knew the importance of not leaving the children unattended. And these problems that we are seeing today of kids that are being abducted because of them not being properly attended can be addressed through these storytellings, so that the parents should know and understand that under any circumstances, children should not be left alone. So, as part of our delivery of this curriculum, storytelling is one which is transformative in terms of how do we teach inside the classroom. Some of us are not storytellers, but we have storytellers in our communities. We invite them to the classroom. We have storytellers in Freedom Park. Those who are going to Freedom Park will be able to see them and talk to them. We also invite them to come and assist us inside the classroom for storytelling purposes, but in a calculated matter. So we have academic trips, because the IKS is new, the degree is new, and students need to be taken on board slowly but sure. So we take them to various spaces where IKS is being practiced, just for a visit to see the relevance of their degree in the practical world. So community engagement is one key aspect that we do within the degree. So because of the WILL program, we've placed these students in various institutions. We have got MOUs with National Heritage Council to start with. The Freedom Park where you are going, we have got MOU with them. We take our students there for work integrated learning purposes. So the degree did not have the entrepreneurship element when it was designed. But what we did 2023, when we review the program, we infuse modules that has to do with entrepreneurship. Most of the innovation that we see, this was the discussion that we were having yesterday with other keynote speakers. They come from our cultural experiences. We have seen our grandmothers doing this and this way and that way. Innovation starts from that, most of them. So the entrepreneurship element that we entrench into the students' education is that they should not be job seekers. They should be job creators, using the knowledge that they are acquiring and their cultural experiences. So apart from this entrepreneurship and innovation element that is in the degree, we also have partnerships about entrepreneurship outside the curriculum, where we have a 10 days program that the third year students, all of them, each and every year, they are trained from business startup, business idea, up to how do we market this business, how do we package it, but as a startup course, which will then be continued in the later stage. Of course, we can't have this degree and with this curriculum without challenges. Institutional challenges, institutional politics basically, where some wants this IKS degree to be housed there, some wants it to be housed there. So the resourcing of the degree then becomes a challenge. Because some of those who are powerful, who wants it there and it is not going there, they are reluctant to fund it properly, which then implicate on the issues of staffing, And the prioritization of degree that have got professional bodies, because professional bodies look after their degrees and want to make sure that things are being done properly. So in terms of staffing, they are better staffed as opposed to those that are. So some things to take home. Basically, I can see that my time is up. But let me just say this. Everyone can read, isn't it? The animal is very big, scary, but very admirable. We all want to touch it. We all want to associate with it. But if we don't transform that animal for us to be able to touch it, we won't be able to touch it. That's the message. The last one, in conclusion, imagine your grandchildren or great-grandchildren at a later stage, they ask you about your contribution towards the transformation of higher education. What would you say? Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. My name is Pumza. I'm Makato Kuno. I'm going to take over this session. Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, let us put our hands together for Dr. Makanike. In the meantime, I call upon Prof. Mahano and Prof. Musweli on the stage. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, colleagues, I will introduce to you Advocate Samuel Munyame Maifadi, who's going to present for us on transformation. Before I do that, let me read his bio. Advocate Samuel Maifadi is the Director, National Department of Social Development. He is from the rural villages of Hammanskraal, a space to which he attributes his epistemic foundation at the feet of his elders. He is an admitted advocate of the High Court of South Africa, having started his career in the field of land rights litigation and defending the rights of rural communities and farm workers. As a proponent for social justice, he has served at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in the Public Participation and Petitions Unit, a space that connected communities with the lawmaking function of the legislature. He went on to serve the National House of Traditional Leaders as its Parliamentary Services Manager, where he assisted in establishing parliamentary systems that ensured coherent policy input by traditional leaders on legislation before Parliament that affected traditional and rural communities. He currently serves as Director for Special Projects and Innovation at the National Department of Social Development. Advocate Maifadi holds degrees in the Social Sciences and Law from the University of Witwatersrand. He has also studied social entrepreneurship at the Gordon's Institute for Business Science. He has a keen interest in social security studies, an area that combines His wealth of experience in community development and practical approaches towards equitable systems of social assistance and public expenditure. He is a passionate teacher, trainer, speaker, mentor, coach, retreat leader, and has presented at local and international platforms. Advocate Maefadi co-owns and leads Naledi Farm with his companion in life, Manti. Naledi Farm is an agritourism venture located on a 3.5 hectare property in Lizonia within the Crocodile Nature Reserve. Under the motto, Hoba Rebana Batari, Naledi Farm provides a space for learning and healing through interaction with the land. Advocate Maefadi is a proponent of learning through contact with the soil. He hosts retreat sessions and camps on the farm which seek to reconnect the African with the soil and thereby undoing the spiritual disconnectedness caused by many years of land dispositions and to heal the memories of forced removals and forced migrations. Advocate Maefadi goes by the mantra, when we work the land, we become generous again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you Advocate Maefadi. Advocate, good luck with your presentation. You have 20 minutes. It's now 9:48. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction, Dr. Pumza, much appreciated. Let me send greetings to the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Lenkabula, who welcomed us so generously when we started the conference, and the VP, Professor Sikwi, Mama Khanu, Kirachadi Aruna. Unisa is very lucky to be having Rakhadi in the institution. Prof, thank you very much. And greetings to the broader senior leadership of the university, fellow keynote speakers who spoke before me, the broader family of Unisa. Thank you very much. I must send a special word of acknowledgement to a gentleman that I met here who, for me, defines the definition of what a gentleman is, Ndada Rabu Zolo, who has been communicating with us in the planning of the conference, and even while we are here, he has ensured that the place remain hospitable. I've even said that Unisa has become a home, and thank you for making it a home. Thank you very much. I have elected to speak on the topic, the restoration of the African family, as a key curriculum focus. This is an area that I feel that it has been neglected, and it would seem that somehow we would like families to develop by osmosis, because we do not seem to be having that commitment to want to teach, educate, and build around this key concept of family. And that's why I then place it before us today. Banaba Mu, sons and daughters of our rich African soil that continues to nourish our souls, with the same humility it has welcomed the blood of our warrior mothers and fathers, who for many years have fought tirelessly simply for me and you to matter. We give thanks to the groundbreakers who have walked before us and who have illuminated our ways so that we may tread upon this earth knowing fully that we are no less than the trees and the stars, for we are children of the universe. We give thanks to the songstress, whose voice echoes in unison with our spirits when she asks the question, "Nizilibele uba nizalwa ngobani na?" Have you forgotten whose children you are? To our light bearers, we say that your tears were not in vain, and your blood was not spilled in vain, and we, your children, and your great-grandchildren will not rest until every grain of our soil has been touched by the winds of liberation. I must start here and speak about the ritual and the science of Ditumediso. I realize that we no longer greet each other, or perhaps we have gone into this westernized and Europeanized version of a hello and hi. And I have to try and return us to this ritual and the science of Ditumediso. Our people, when they greet, they say dumelang. And they don't end there, they come back and they ask the question, lekai. This is one of the rituals that our elders have left us with, and they have bequeathed this to us. And I find that this ritual and the science is very critical, and it connects with the very theme of this conference, connecting minds and bridging gaps, and I'll show you how. When we say dumelang, when someone says dumelang, they are asking for your agreement. They are saying, agree with me. They are seeking to find a spiritual covenant, a bond with you. They are saying, before we start our proceedings, can we first be agreed? And you agree even before you know what you are agreeing about, because that speaks to trust. So if I say dumelang and you reply to me and you say ahe, you are saying to me that I am in agreement with you. Me and you can now move to the next step, right? And when we go to the next step, we ask lekai. Lekai, and we ask it in plural because we are not just speaking to you as one person. We understand that you represent the many. That's why we are asking lekai, which is where are you, not how are you. It's very different. Because when we say, where are you, we are looking at the whole cosmic arrangement and we are saying, where are you located? We are looking for your spiritual GPS. It's because we are acknowledging that one can be able to come and pack 150 grams of body mass here, but leave the room. So we have to ask, where are you? Because we want to return you back into the room. So that's why we ask lekai. And you will reply in return and say, reteng. And when you say reteng, you are saying, we are here. Me together with my lineage and my whole DNA. We are here. But we're not only here, we are also deep, reteng. And we are grounded. And we are present. And we are whole, and we are together with you. That's why we say reteng. I am wondering if the teachers were to ask this question every morning in school. Lekai, you would deal with a whole lot of psychosocial challenges that we are facing. Our children are not being asked where are they, so they spend 12 years behind the desk and nobody knows that they have been absent throughout that whole 12 years because nobody cared to ask, where are you? If we just asked, where are you? We are inspired by the women of Haiti because the women of Haiti, when they are asked, where are you? They respond by saying, no le, no la, which means we are ugly, but we are here. They are bringing their whole experience of war and the traumas of the wars that they have faced in the room. They are saying, even with our ugliness, we are here nonetheless. In KwaZulu, they even take it a further deeper because they say sawubona when they see you, because they say we see you. We acknowledge you because we know that the eyes are the windows to the soul. That's why we say we see you. It must be this sawubona that has inspired a science called iridology, because of understanding the iris and the power behind, this circle that we see, this dot that is in our eye, when they say sawubona. Many of the social ills that we face are simply because people feel unseen. Because nobody is saying to them, sawubona. Only if we were seen, we would have resolved a lot of social challenges. People take and abuse substance because they just want to be seen. But right next to us here, we have our people who are able to say to you every day, we see you. The greatness that is in me acknowledges the greatness that is in you, just in greeting. So I would like us to return to this ritual of greeting. And when we greet, let us spend time in the Tumediso. This ritual, you don't do it in 2 minutes. When you really want to greet, you need time. Because if someone has to reply to you to say where they are, you must be able to listen. This greetings also takes us to the very principle of Mutuki Mutuka Kabatu, which I'm going to speak about earlier. But it is this very ritual that has inspired people like Rene Descartes. When you look at the principle of the Cartesian plane, which speaks of a 180-degree plane, that says if I were to throw a stone and that stone were to travel on this 180-degree plane and travel a whole revolution of 360 degrees, it will come back and hit me here. Meaning, that which I'm thinking I'm doing to you, I'm actually doing it to myself. That's why I have to see you. That's why I have to see you. So Mutuki Mutukabatu, we know very well that it has inspired a lot, but it's just that when we teach Descartes, we don't realize that Descartes picked it somewhere, this thing. He must have known that Mutuki Mutukabatu. Even his teachings around the theory of dualism, we know that it comes from Mutuki Mutukabatu. In the teachings of law, they speak about the principle of consensus ad idem, which is the meeting of minds, right? They are saying a contract in law is not formalized until the minds have met, right? And the minds cannot meet until the tumediso have happened. So when we have said dumelang, already we have met the consensus ad idem. So for those who are in law school and teaching in law school, this is another area. When we come to the principles of contract, let us take it back to this principle. The consensus ad idem is simply dumelang, because haki dumetse, me and you have then found one another. If I have to say a word, and I'll say only 2 of them, I promise, around transformation. For me, transformation is a dilemma. Because for me, transformation is concerned with changing the form or the shape. And it's not about changing the substance. It's about sticking with this very wine that we don't want to lose. We are so married to the wine. So we simply put it in another bottle. But the wine is still the same wine. For me, that's what transformation is about. We are so held up with, the form and the shape. We don't want to get into the substance. Transformation is not able to take us to the substance. It creates a moral dilemma that says, why do you want to change things that you have not built? Why are we spending so much time wanting to change things that we did not create ourselves? Shouldn't we be directing the energies that we have to building ourselves? Because if you come into my house that I have built myself and you start wanting to change, I will obviously have problems with you. Why don't we spend our energies into wanting to create our own things that are driven by our own mindset and our own values and the principles? So for me, transformation, it must not be an end in itself. Let it be a window through which we can see ourselves and our unique qualities so that we can rebuild utilizing these qualities. And later I share why I am saying what I am saying. But to give context why I chose to speak about family. For me, the African family is a space for spiritual incubation and growth. I always say that many times when we speak our problems, we think our problems are political or economic. Our problems are not there. Our problems are spiritual. That's why somebody can come and kill an African leader here. And we just fold our hands and we look the other way. We are dispirited people. Something wrong, something terribly wrong has happened to us in the spirit world. Our problems are spiritual. They are not political or even economic. And it is there where we need to begin fixing. And I say that as a university, there is a reason why we are called the alma mater. That generous mother who must nourish and do the business of mothering. Because essentially we are about family. That's what we are about. And the mother has got to care about the children that they produce. In our case, I think the challenge is that after producing the children, then we don't care about them. We leave them to go into the world as if we have done our part. But mothers do not behave like that. That's why our children are called the alumni. The alumni are exactly that. They are children. They come from their mother. So the mother has got to continue doing the work of nourishing. Generally, we agree that a family is that space that is the center and the foundation for holistic development of children and communities. We are even able to link certain behaviors to family backgrounds where people come from. That's how important family is. But the part that really boggles my mind is, why are we not teaching family? Why are we not teaching the science of family, the architecture of family, the spiritual paradigms, the economics of family? Why is family not there in our education? Most of us arrive in families by mistake. We just find ourselves there. And we go on to create other families. No one has taught us the science of this thing. Even though it is so important, but no one has really taught us. So it is trial and error. We are all learning this thing, by trial and error. There is no pedagogy of the family, and I think we need to do that. Even what we call economics. Economics is the study of the home. That's why its root is the oikon. The oikon in Latin is home. So the economics that we see, that is the economics of companies or of the world, that is not proper economics. The economics is the economics of it is the study of the home. So for me, the idea is for us to then return us to that home, because if we don't, then what then becomes the purpose of the education? I am threatened by that 5 minutes. I'm trying to see how. I'm going to make it work. I'm going to try, Doc. I'm going to try. Towards the restoration of the African family, especially the spiritual architecture, I have borrowed these words from the African Hebrews manual. They say that the men of old, when they wished their virtues to shine throughout the land, first they had to govern their states well. To govern their states well, they had to establish harmony in their families. To establish harmony in their families, they first had to discipline themselves. To discipline themselves, they first had to set their minds in order. To set their minds in order, they first had to make their purpose sincere. To make their purpose sincere, they first had to extend their knowledge to the utmost. And such knowledge is acquired through a careful investigation of things. For with things investigated, knowledge becomes complete. With knowledge complete, the purpose becomes sincere. With the purpose sincere, the mind is set in order. And with the mindset in order, there is real self-discipline. With real self-discipline, the family achieves harmony. With harmony in the family, the state becomes well-governed. And with the state well-governed, there is peace throughout the land. What this is saying basically, it is speaking about 3 levels of government: at the self, at the family, and at the state level. At the level of the self, we're dealing with issues of self-discipline. And it is here where we must ask, how does curriculum assist us to check what destabilized this level of governance? Because without self-discipline, a leader is able to mismanage the funds of a whole community because there is no self-discipline there. Our people say, "Usiji lipeu." They are teaching the principle of self-discipline. They are saying, when nature gives you in abundance, remember that you still have to plant for the next season. So have the self-discipline of eating, but don't eat everything and end up eating the seed that you must use to plant for the next season. So they say, "Usiji lipeu." At the second level of governance, we must ask the issues of the migrant labor system and how the migrant labor system has destabilized the African family. Normally we don't see it, but we do not have an African family as we speak right now. Our children go through school throughout the 12 years and nobody asks them, "Who is your Rakhadi?" They can recite a lot of things about the British royal family, but they don't know their father's lineage. They don't know their mother's lineage. What we don't realize is that, in essence, we are saying those things are not important. We are not saying it expressly, but somehow the message that we are putting forward is that those things are not important. All that you need to know is who was the queen before Queen Elizabeth. If you get that, you are. So we are teaching our children about other people's families. We're saying nothing about their own families, and I think we need to look into that. How does curriculum contribute to proper governance of states? And how does education in general hold us accountable for those who are educated? What ethics do we demand of our alumni? Shouldn't we be saying, if a leader in the community has done something wrong, we must also ask, where did you graduate? Where did you graduate? Is it not important that we do so? Because those who are doing wrong in the community, it means they are factory faults of universities. And the universities must be able to recall them and say, we are taking back our degree. It means we did not do a good job. Then we need to put you back in class, because clearly it means that which we sought to impart in you, we did not do it, because your behavior is not showing us that you are a person who comes from our hands. Our people, when they speak of family, they say family is lusika or tsika. Tsika is a vein, this vein that connects and takes blood to all the parts of the body. This is what we mean by family. Our concept of family is that. And when you look at a vein is shaped like the roots of a tree. This is why when people speak about family, they say family tree. It comes from Lutsika. It comes from there. So basically they are saying that without this vein that transports this blood to all the parts, these parts are going to die. This is why you need to have the families together. They call the body parts, they call them maloko. These body parts, These body parts, a hand, a head, we call them maloko. They are body parts. So these body parts are connected through this vein, right? So this is our concept of family. That's why I said, even when I came before, to say the word individual, we do not understand it properly. Individual does not mean one person. Because individual means indivisible duality. It cannot be divided. So you can never walk alone. We don't have that concept of anyone being alone, because we are all connected, and that's our concept of family. And it is here where we are rooted. Our culture, our concept of culture is setso. Setso comes from the root metso or midu, which means roots, right? And it is the roots that are crucial for the growth of a plant. It gives the nutrients to the plant, but it also provides physical support, which Basotho calls butsitso. And so when we ask about your culture, we are asking about your roots. And when we ask about your character, we ask about semelo sa hao. That's why we ask, wena umidile kai? Semelo sa hao se reng? Because we are asking about your roots. When we speak about behavior, the lexicon we use is mekgwa or mokgwa. Why? Because mokgwa is to spit out, right? So you are basically spitting out that which you have learned. So you behave according to the teachings that you have received, or the roots from which you come from. That's why we call behavior mekgwa ya hao. Your behavior is just you literally spitting out everything you have been learning. So that is the concept there. So when we put, and I must say something about lenyalo, because lenyalo, which is that institution that brings all of us together, our concept of lenyalo, just means compatibility, nothing else. You see, it just means compatibility. Our concept is that of compatibility, but not just compatibility. Compatibility of the works of the hands. You can't marry someone if you have not seen them doing something. Because marriage is a combination of the works of our hands. That's how we understand this concept of marriage. When our works are compatible, then we are able to work together. And that's where families are organized. And they are organized according to the following principles: the God concept, which is Sidimu, or Buhudimu Bamutu. The next principle is the power to define, which is Moteo. Moteo is where we find the foundation, the roots, or Horeha, which is the naming. I need some time for that. Another principle is the balancing of the masculine and the feminine. I end here to say the two important institutions in the family, in the African family, which we need to return, is the institution of Rakgadi and the institution of Malome. Because it is in these institutions that the feminine and the masculine are balanced. Rakgadi is literally the sister to my father, but who in essence is my father in female form, right? Who comes into the family to balance these aspects. Malome does the same on the mother side of the family, because Malome is literally a male mother in a sense. So these institutions are there to create balance. I am acknowledging and understanding that these institutions have died, because we are happy to be called bo auntie. We are called bo auntie, lebo uncle. And so auntie asks nothing of you. It has no obligation that is asking of you. That's why it becomes comfort, or uncle. It does not ask anything out of you. But if somebody says Malome, already Malome has got responsibilities. When somebody says Rakgadi, Rakgadi has got responsibilities. Unfortunately, my time has long. Thank you very much.
Wow, the restoration of the African family. Let's put our hands together for Advocate Maifadi. Thank you very much, Advocate, for this inspiring presentation. Prof. Musweli and Prof. Mahano? Sure. Yes, please. As they are handing over the gift to Prof. Maifadi, who of you belong to the institution of Rakhadi and Malome? Me too, yes. Yeah, we learned a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Advocate Maifadi, for your great, great presentation. You inspired us a lot. Without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Maketa. Can you please come nearer? I would first read her bio. Dr. Choice Maketa is the Executive Director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal at the University of Technology Free State. She obtained her PhD in Political Science in 2003 at the University of the Free State in the field of elections and electoral systems. South Africa's Perspective, funded by the Mellon Foundation. She was a lecturer in Political Sciences 1999 to 2000, and on part-time basis while serving as Deputy Dean of Student Affairs in 2005. She served as a political analyst during national and provincial as well as local government elections in South Africa from 1999 to 2016. She supervised master's research work while serving as the special assistant to the Rector and Vice Chancellor of the University of the Free State in 2010. Dr. Maketa served as the acting Vice Rector, External Relations in 2011 and eventually appointed in the role fully in 2012. The role expanded to become the Vice Rector, Student Affairs and External Relations, with a scope covering student affairs, internationalization, community engagement, and inter-campus relations within a matrix system of a multi-campus environment until May 2016. She served as the Senior Director, Student Affairs at Stellenbosch University from August 2019 to October 2024. She was also a member of the South African Association of Senior Student Affairs Practitioners, SAASSAP, for many years and served as the president for 4 years, 2008 to 2012. She has over 20 years of work experience within the public higher education sector in South Africa, and 17 years of this were at senior and executive levels. Dr. Maketa is a member of the Institutional Audit Committee, IAC, of the Higher Education Quality Committee, HEQC, reporting to the Council on Higher Education, CHE, since February 2020 to February 2025, and reappointment to serve a second term as from 26 Feb to 25 February 2030. She is currently the Executive Director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal. Her expertise in student affairs, transformation, and executive leadership continue to strengthen her focus on student experience within higher education in South Africa. She believes in putting the student at the center because every student counts. She also believes in leading and serving from anywhere she is, always empowering others to do the same with great humility. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to hand over Dr. Choice Maketa to you. Dr. Choice Maketa, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. It is now 10:21. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues, everyone in the room, and the students. I'm competing with the podium. Hi twice. I'm excited to be here, and we say in student affairs, you have to think on your feet. Now, this morning I woke up very early. I think around 1 a.m. I was ready for this day and excited. Oh, Baya Danki. Oh, thank you very much, Ralevo. Yes. So I woke up very early, ready for this day, but I didn't know what was exciting me that much. But in my mind, my session was tomorrow. I worked on my presentation, and then I said, today I'm traveling light. And I packed my laptop and everything, and I came light here. Until I got here and I was told that my session is today. But in student affairs, you must always be ready. I mean, if I'm prepared, and if my CV says I'm 20 years in student affairs, then that 20 years must show. Yes. And I'm excited, and before I go into everything that I'm doing, I realize that we are denying a lot of people a lot of lessons especially on my journey from the previously Afrikaans institutions, because I've worked at Free State, University of Free State, and I've worked at Stellenbosch, and I've worked at CUT in 2018 helping to set up the transformation office. But remember, CUT was the Technicon Free State, and in 2004 then became Vista and Technicon Free State came together to make what we have. So I realized that I should start writing. And Professor Jonathan Johnson used to say, my sister, when are you writing about all these things? And I didn't have energy for it until I had energy, and here is the book that it's published now. And the book's title is Owning the Scars and the Stars of My Journey, Driving and Leading Transformation from Free State to Stellenbosch. And there are things we don't talk about, and the scars that we put in on students' lives as we work with them. And when we want them to be the kind of alumni that come back excited, then they cry. And when they have to come back, they are so angry that they cannot talk about it. I was talking to one professor a few days ago, and they had international visitors. And they go to one university that we attended together, and she realized they put her photo in the department. And she was angry, but they were marketing themselves with her image. So when the international guests were asking to say, how was your student life? And she thought she had dealt with it. And she says she just saw her tears going. And then she requested not to talk about that. And I said to her, now we are going to heal together, because I've written about all those things, because we need to talk about those things and transform our higher education. Because when students come to our universities, even TVETs, anyway, they come looking for people who care, people who are going to walk the journey with them, and people who are going to empower them to be successful and graduate and be excited to come back as alumni to contribute for other generations that come into the system. Now, my presentation, I titled it, Putting the Student at the Center. Every student counts. Through my journey of higher education, I would always say, every student counts. When we talk about access, at times people talk about just access of entering the institution. But access is broad. Once you are in, you are our student. Once we accept you as a student, because our journey with a student begins from application through the years of study to graduation and beyond. As a student applies, we shouldn't put an application form on the side and say, oh, they didn't fill this part. In the meantime, they didn't know what to fill, that they needed somebody to call from that institution to say, by the way, who is paying the fees? Or by the way, what's the name of your parent? And then the form is complete, and a student can still be processed in the system. And there are these simple mistakes that happen, and then access is denied. Now, once we accept a student and we say, you qualify to be at this university, we no more blame anybody else. You remember yesterday we were talking about teachers and learners, who's more prepared. And in fact, we ask a question to say, are we ready as student affairs practitioners, as academics, as university leaders? Are we ready for the generation of students coming into the system? Who is not prepared? Is it not us? We are portraying our unpreparedness on the students. If we are that good as leaders in higher education, we need to be able to work with any student who comes into our space. But the kind of support that we provide from the time a student comes into the system, when we talk about wraparound support, lately we talk about student success as if it's something new. And yet student success has always been an issue that we need to take serious. Now, within student affairs, when you work in student affairs, and in South Africa, I've been very excited to work with many colleagues from all the 26 universities, the deans of students, people in student governance. I can go to any university. I have colleagues I know because we are partners on this journey. So when I see a student, it doesn't matter where that student comes from. It's my student as well, and we have to assist. Now, in student affairs, there are a lot of areas that are considered student affairs. For South Africa, in other countries, the US, there's a faculty that is student affairs, where students can study student affairs and the different aspects of student affairs. In South Africa, with the history of South Africa, student affairs had to develop. And during the struggle days in the 70s and the 80s, student affairs was seen as a firefighting, basically, environment, because it was about protests. And so the history of South Africa started with theologians, because they needed priests and pastors and colleagues in theology to help with counseling, and because we were just trying to structure student affairs. But now we are at another level. We are at a level where we have so many areas that support a student in student affairs. We have student services, student support services. And when we talk about student support services, anything goes. We don't limit, because we don't know what a student needs. As a student affairs practitioner, when we come to work, you don't know what the day holds for you. You are ready to dance with that day. You don't know whether you are knocking off at 4 o'clock or you are knocking off at 2 a.m. In my career, when we work with students at one university, the early years when university was still teaching in Afrikaans, and then we were trying to go parallel, and then we bring English classes. Classes would end at 10 at night. And meetings in residences, if you wanted to talk to students or be part of a meeting with students, you would have to come back at 10:15. And the meetings would end around 2, 3 a.m. If you were to ask me now how I did it, I don't know. But I got used to dressing up formal and going to meetings, the normal meetings of the day, during the afternoon, changing into something else because you are busy with the students, going home, getting into pajamas, and at 10 o'clock dressing up formal as if you are going to another day, but you have an appointment with the students. And there was no way that you can miss that appointment, because you have to have those conversations. You are on a journey together. We don't talk enough with students. We are at a point where we need intergenerational conversations on different issues of life, and we don't create time. So on some of the areas that I'm covering and I promise, Prof. Magano, I'm going to send the presentation so that we still have it and we can share with colleagues. Everywhere I go, my philosophy is every student counts. And I challenge colleagues, while I was still at Stellenbosch University, my first point talks about people, the quality of people you have. I touch 5 areas. The quality of people you have. We talk about the kind of support we need to give students. We have to talk about the quality of people that need to give that support to students. We have to reflect, because we are human beings. We have to look inside. Anybody who doesn't love people, student affairs is not your area. Let go. You need to love. If you don't operate from love, when working with the students, you are going to suffer, because you will be at conflict with students all the time. And when we work with students, you always have to remember the age group you are working with. When you are angry for certain things that they didn't do, SRCs, student organizations, everyone, you need to be angry out of love. And when you're angry out of love, you help the students develop, to understand what they did wrong, and to support. I was telling the SRC president at the institution I'm at right now, at CUT, and I say, Jamina, I will never be angry with you. You are my daughter. I say, we can argue, you can be angry with me, you can call me names on other days. Tomorrow I come back with my smile, because I understand that it's not about me. It's the journey we are on. And so it's very important to make sure that the kind of people who are working with students are able to understand that they are working with students. At some point when we had difficulties at the university, while I was at Stellenbosch University, we had to assess. Students live on the phones and on gadgets, and therefore they lose touch with human-to-human kind of conversations. We had to relearn how to have conversations, and we worked with one NGO, Hotlines, and we did a project, What's Your Story? When you talk about advocate, I talk about checking in, saying dumelang, le kae. Even starting meetings, teaching us to say, when you enter the space, before you get onto the agenda to say announcements, all the areas that you have to check in to say, Choice, how are you feeling today? Is everyone fine at home? Emotionally, where are you? So that we understand how we approach you through the day, how we support you, so that when you are a bit down, we understand that you are going through something that you need space to handle. The second one, I talk about the philosophy, the institutional philosophy. When you talk about every student counts, for me, I asked a question at Stellenbosch, and I just said, what is the philosophy of an institution around a student? I needed to understand, because the minute I understand what the university thinks about a student, then the whole system, from the gate, right up to the Vice Chancellor's office, even beyond, council, how we treat a student should be consistent right through. If we say we put a student at the center, even how we structure our committees, it needs to show. We need to shift from where we were. I learned a lot during FISMA's fall, and students wanted to represent themselves, all of them. When you say, no, let SRC come, they didn't want to work with the SRC. Students would come in numbers. They say, let's discuss the finances right here. And you know that you cannot be discussing with hundreds of students at the same time. But what students were saying is that if we have at Senate, we have 400 professors, why do we think that one or two students will represent other students well? It's not about numbers, but let me tell you, when we vote, the numbers matter. And so the students end up overwhelmed. But smaller committees, we have to make sure that we sit with the students as co-creators and we bring the balance. If a committee is 20 staff members, if you have failed, at least have about 10 students representing the different aspects of student life. A student who is differently able can be presented by another student, but limitedly. But when you have that student in the meeting, then you get deeper issues into what we need to deal with. Then investment of time, like I was saying, we have to invest time in conversations. Half the time we run away from having difficult uncomfortable conversations with students. And it's very important to be in those sessions. And I want to give an example in my little minutes that are left. One student lived in a male res where the LGBTQI plus students were being ill-treated. Even others on campus, they could not even pass there. The one queer student who was staying there stayed there, but because they could not leave, but they lived through the ill treatment and the abuse and stuff. And then I realized that it's because he received a bursary from that res, so he could not leave. Without that bursary, his career was gone. But I created time for the whole community, the LGBTQI plus community across campuses to meet at that residence. Those guys were very angry because they were saying it's their space. I said, we are going to have a conversation at your res. And we had more than 200 students in that session. A session that was supposed to be 2 hours ended up being 3 to 4 hours. And students were crying, reliving the pain that they had at that res. We had psychologists with us from Student Affairs because we bring all the resources we have. But we needed to help students reclaim their dignity, to reclaim their humanity in the space so that they're able to be free in that space again and live their student life. So as Student Affairs practitioners, we have to learn everything about everything. We work with everyone in society and out. We work with traditional healers. We work with traditional leaders, observing the protocols that are required. We don't come big. We follow the protocols of every community we go into. And we come together. When we talk about family and society, we forget at times that we have students who pass on. And parents who've never been to the university have to come. Scared to come to that university, they don't even know where it is. 1,000 kilometers away, a great-grandfather says, I've never been there. We didn't even know how we were going to get there. It is how a university, the philosophy of a university around a student, how you carry a hand of a family going through a rough time, walking the walk. When they say we are scared to get into a flight, we have never been in a flight, and then we send a staff member to go fetch them, to travel with them from where they are to the university and walk the path with them everywhere and go collect the spirit. You teach a university that in a particular culture, you have to go wherever the accident was to fetch the spirit of a student. It doesn't matter whether the road is as busy as what. We work with traffic officers to say, our campus security, traffic officers, figure out. But at this time, this road must be closed because we honor this family. So our work is very important as we partner with everyone in the institution to shape the life of a student and to make sure that a student is successful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maketa. You can see I'm not competing with the podium. Dumela. I think I've learned a lot, Advocate Maifan, and we normally take advantage of the greetings. And I think we have learned today, as they are posing for the pictures, that what we normally say when we say Dumelang, Tobela, Demachoroni, it is not to tick a box, but it is really to touch base with the soul. And I saw how you have moved everyone. In fact, I was talking to my colleague here to say, you were actually preaching rather than really, giving us a lecture. And had time allowed, you could have gone up until you finish. And I think, Prof, next year we might have to bring him again so that he has extended time. Because issues of spirituality, we take them for granted. And I think I'm reminded when I was listening to you, and I think Dr. Maketa also touched on it, if you don't love people, don't work in the environment that has got those people. And I think as Africans, Prof. Mahano, I'm reminded why Ntate Dr. Monaring always said Rakgadi to you. And I think today now, Dr. Monaring, it makes sense why you will always say Rakgadi. And he takes time to mention it. And now you have unpacked it, why we have got Rakgadi lebo Malome. For me, those connecting all of this are my key takeaways. We are not talking enough with our students. And I think, Prof. Mahano, you are passionate about students. I'm not buying your face, I know. And maybe we need to inculcate what you have, because Ntate Maifani indicated to say, Unisa is lucky to have Rakgadi like you. But what are we going to do after Rakgadi have left, Lebo Malome have left these institutions, especially as young generations that are remaining? So those were my key takeaways. Colleagues, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Nikki Jano. I'm going to be driving this last part of the program, and I'm thankful to both Rakgadi program directors that were here before me. It is at this point that we are going to call on our next speaker, but before I do that, she had to emphasize that the bio that you have there, it is not telling the true story of who I am. And I want to send you the correct bio, and please read that correct bio. What am I saying? Our next speaker as per the program is Honorable Megan Adonis Chauke. And we have heard about her in the first day of our program or our conference in terms of the work that she has done, her being member of parliament. And this is how her bio reads. Honorable Adonis Chauke is dynamic disability rights activist, humanitarian champion of economic and social transformation and inclusion. Born in Pretoria, she became blind in 2016 and since emerged as a powerful voice for the most vulnerable, using her lived experience to break barriers and shift narratives around disability and inclusion. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Links, an innovative assistive technology startup and leading social entrepreneur dedicated to creating inclusive solutions through technology and advocacy. She is also a 2021 Global Young Innovator winner, innovating powerful and enabling technology for the most vulnerable. Adonis served as a member of National Assembly in the Republic of South Africa in the 7th administration. She is a national convener of the ANC Disability Desk and play a pivotal role in shaping disability policy and advocacy across the nation. As a dedicated public servant, she serves on the following portfolio committees in the National Assembly: Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities as the whip there. So we're gonna be whipped. Communication and Digital Technologies, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. As a proud graduate of University of South Africa, she holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. She also served in the executive of Unisa Disability Forum, advancing inclusive, adequate, and accessible education for students with disabilities. Honorable Adonis Chauke served on several organizations and is proud founder of Disabled Women Living with Dignity organization for advocacy that promote and protect the rights of the most vulnerable in South Africa and in African continent, giving her opportunity to engage with individuals from various backgrounds and communities to serve people of South Africa, to develop skills, knowledge, and to exchange information and experiences, and also create long-lasting positive impact. As a young African disabled woman, Adonis Chauke is a relentless advocate for inclusion and justice, and constantly working to dismantle systematic barriers and promote a society that values and embraces diversity in all forms. She's a mother of two, a wife, a daughter, a sister, a friend to many, and aspires to be a beacon of hope and inspiration to many. Achieving economic and social equality and justice for all in her lifetime is a commitment that she has made towards eradicating inequality, poverty, unemployment, and exclusion, and also accelerating economic, social, digital, legislative, and political justice for all. She invests in a world where diversity is embraced, enshrined in our daily being, and engraved in our abilities. Join me as we welcome Mayor Adonis Chauke to stage to take us through.
You can take this for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. And greetings to all who are on this platform, distinguished guests, our distinguished students, our professors, and our educators, and all those who have joined us, our international friends as well. All protocol observed. Libito la ka ke nna Tshegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a young African woman with a disability living with blindness. Now, I always pronounce and introduce myself with my disability. And the reason I do this is because I give power to myself. My disability does not define me, but I define my disability. My disability gives me strength. My disability is what has propelled me to be the young African woman that I am today. It has shaped my path. It has given me the ability to advocate, advance, and see life from a different perspective. It has given me an opportunity to go through life's most greatest challenges, but also to sit back and say, how do I contribute towards the development of society and the embetterment of the most vulnerable and excluded and marginalized in society? I appreciate this opportunity to be before you. It is an honor, it is a privilege, and many would think it's something I am used to doing. I'm a shy person, but outspoken. I'm an introvert, but an extrovert. Because I claim my disability that gives me strength. Now, I've been asked to come and speak about inclusive education. And the greatest challenge is that inclusive education is something in which we speak of in principle and not in practice. Myself being a student of the University of South Africa, a graduate, I understand the difficulties and challenges that have been faced by many students with disabilities across the country. The disparities, the mental challenges you go through as a learner, the exclusion, the inaccessibility, not only of infrastructure, of academic material, attitudinal barriers, not only by students, by educators, and general society. The systematic challenges and barriers that are faced by the most vulnerable who seek to advance their academic career and who seek to achieve academic excellence. Faced by adversity,
I'm going to give some context, practical experience. I believe that when we speak on platforms of this nature, it is an opportunity to educate, it is an opportunity to give you an insight. And for me, it is important to personalize my engagements and my teachings. A student at the University of South Africa, a student in any academic institution of higher learning and training in South Africa, I am already disadvantaged by my skin color. I'm disadvantaged by my community and where I come from. Society says I should be a grant recipient. Society says there is no need for you to be educated. Society says, why waste money on adequate education for you? Your family must choose between your education and the meal they need to provide for the family. You wait for funding, and the devices that you need are not catered for. I am blind, I am deaf. I cannot access my academic material because I cannot afford the devices that allow me and enable me to do so. I am disadvantaged. Do I use what I receive to provide for my family? Do I use it to cover my academic fees? Do I use it to get material, or let me say accessible devices that will help me advance my academic career? Do I invest, or am I already deemed incapable and not eligible to be educated and to become an investor and to become an economic contributor in this society? We've got high rates, dropout rates of persons with disabilities in South Africa, and nothing is being done. Statistics come out, and we have normalized it. Educators see learners with disabilities not returning, and majority say, thank God. A student struggles because they are unable for 6 months, 3 months, to access their academic material because there's not adequate funding, resources allocated to the unit responsible to provide them with those services by the university. Universities, you tell us there's no budget. Disability facilities and units are under-resourced and not adequately budgeted for. They are understaffed. And we sit here, sit on various platforms, and we say inclusive education. It is inclusive education for who? If you are unable to empower the world's largest minority, then how are we going to address inequality? How are we going to achieve equality through education? Now, the history of South Africa and the history of people with disabilities tell us that historically persons with disabilities have been excluded from mainstream education, and majority of persons with disabilities, irrespective of their disabilities, were institutionalized. Many of persons with disabilities have fallen behind and are known to have fallen behind in terms of advancing their academics. Research shows us that a high rate of persons with disabilities in South Africa are behind by an average of 10 years. Our teachers that have been trained historically were not expected to have the ability to educate learners with special needs. Professors were not expected to have the ability to accommodate students with disabilities, irrespective of their disabilities. Now, I spoke about, when I started this part, I said, historically. We say historically, but the reality, it is in the present. It is in the present that our educators, our lecturers, feel no need for them to further their education on inclusive education that seeks to address systematic barriers that continue to persist and exist, that limits access to adequate, accessible, inclusive education for all South Africans. Not a portion of South Africans, all South Africans. Why must we be the deciders of whether a child with a disability should advance their academic career? Why are we not providing a pathway that allows for a learner or a person with a disability to create economic and social opportunities for themselves through academic institutions and empowering themselves with knowledge? We say knowledge is key, but yet you restrict that knowledge. Now, as someone who is living with blindness, someone with a disability, you pick up that many in this room might not even know the correct terminology and the politically and universally appropriate way to refer to persons with disabilities, to refer to their students with disabilities, their counterparts, their colleagues with disabilities. We are not people living with disability. We are people with disabilities, persons with disabilities, disabled people. And I say disabled, and I'm sure there are people, most educated in here, who shrink, who shrivel up just at the sound of hearing disabled. For me to say I am disabled, because in the African context, the African culture, we have put negative connotations. We have educated our people negatively around disability and the utilization of this word and this identity. And this should be in every single teaching, irrespective of which faculty. There's an element of education of disability inclusion that exists, whether it is a qualification in law, economics, politics, accounting, you name them, agriculture, psychology, there is a teaching. Now, one of the things that I want to highlight on, and even myself, I'm looking to hopefully very soon enroll in this qualification on inclusive studies, which should be part of the curriculum or modules that are being offered by every higher learning academic institution, not only by the University of the Western Cape. Unisa being the leading university in this country should be leading on inclusive education, accessible education, eradicating inequality and inaccess to education, ensuring that we are educating as many South Africans that walk through our doors on inclusion and diversity. Now, in my bio, it did indicate that I am, and very much proud, a member of the ANC. Now, as part of this, one says, as a public representative, what education are we receiving that enlightens, informs us on issues of disabilities? Our leaders, thought leaders, change makers, educated and informed on inclusion. Because inclusion is not only based on the color of my skin, it's not based only on the language that I speak. It's broad. Now, I want to just do something quickly. I want everyone to look at me and listen to what I'm going to be saying. Now, the reason why I did this is to show you that when you limit access, this is what it does. It excludes. The fact that I knew what I was saying and what I was doing, and I knew the message, and I could have I could tell the sign language interpreter, and she would have interpreted it. Now, once more, now that's what we are doing when we say we are excluding learners with disabilities. But yet we expect them to reach academic excellence. We create language barriers. We are not accessible and accommodative because we say reasonable accommodation is too costly for us as an academic institution. We allow for private higher learning institutions to exist without adequate regulation. We say there are policies, inclusive education policies, and we are still being told that we don't have to implement it. It is a recommendation document. A recommendation document for me to access my constitutional right. You tell me it is a guiding document. Students with disabilities must continuously fight to access academic material, fight to gain academic correspondence and support. They must fight for adequate funding. They must fight to enter the buildings in which education is harnessed. Now, I entered into this building, and the lifts are not working. I had to go down a flight of stairs. And that on its own is a risk. Why are we not putting aside adequate budgeting for infrastructure that seeks to promote inclusive access to our academic institutions? Why are they not adequately maintained? Now, Unisa, I can say, because I've been around this campus, and I'm one person who marches and fights and protests. I've done it before, where an escalator was not working, and I refused to go up the stairs. I sat at the bottom of those escalators, because when I get hurt, it becomes the responsibility of who? because I desperately wanted to access my education, my constitutional right. Now, the utilization of technology. And this is one area that we must focus on inclusive education that enables and empowers students with disabilities and students from various demographic backgrounds from having the ability to advance their academic career and reach academic excellence. Whilst we leverage off of the digital era, promote digital inclusion, and bridge the digital divide. Technology is a tool that will support learning. Whether you're from Ekwakwa, you're from Khayelitsha, you're from Muckleuck, you're from Hammanskraal, Stimwater, you are from Atteridgeville, Soshanguve, Kudididi, you're from Mthatha, Mlazi, you're from Dimbaza, King Williamstown. Technology is able to bridge the divide that divides us. Technology is able to bring me closer to academic excellence. Technology is a tool that educators should be utilizing to bring themselves closer to their learners. Technology can transform an academic experience, educational experience, both teaching and learning. We must reinvest in the digital methods, formats, and tools of learning. We must invest in adequately training our educators, our learners, not only when they come to higher learning institutions, but from basic, on how to leverage, to utilize, and to access enabling technology. Technology must come out of institutions of this nature in order for us to ensure that the technology is affordable, it is accessible, and speaks to our African people. There are many programs that I've seen run by the universities and the University of South Africa as well, that seeks to find innovative change makers. What one would want to find out, it's once they have gone through that process of their beta training, beta development, their demos, their HCD research studies, and they've got their first prototype. How do we ensure that this technology that is affordable, enabling, and designed for our African people, we get it in the hands of our African learners? Because this is where we'll have the ability to educate without any financial barriers, without any language barriers, without any issues of accessibility, and we'll be able to address inequality and address inaccessibility. We must invest in our technology. We must invest in education and training around digital transformation. We must never have a blanket approach when it comes to inclusive education, because the needs of a blind learner, the needs of a deaf and blind learner, the needs of a deaf learner, the needs of a learner with schizophrenia, and the needs of a learner who stutters, the needs of a learner who is a wheelchair user, the needs of a student who is a crutch and mobility stick user, the needs of a learner who is suffering from mental challenges and other disabilities, the needs of a learner with Down syndrome, the needs of a learner who has cerebral palsy are not the same. They are not the same. And lastly, I re-emphasize the importance of providing psychosocial support to our learners, to our educators, and perhaps extending that psychosocial support to the parents of these learners. Because we must understand that with distance learning, they become the educators at home. We must understand that even outside of that, the caregivers become the teachers because they must attend classes with those learners. One thing I would like to see being done is that as members of the National Assembly, as public representatives, we must reinforce and put teeth to policies and legislation that seek to promote inclusive education, promote the lives and rights of the most vulnerable, and eradicate inequality in order for us to achieve justice for all, academic, economic, and social excellence. For us to promote social cohesion and embracing diversity, for us to reduce high dropout rates of students with disabilities, for us to have more graduates walking the stages, kamapanda, proud parents and families and relatives, academic institutions of excellence that speak and are reflective and are a vision of inclusive education. South Africa must start to lead. We've got the world's most progressive policies and legislations. Let's put teeth to them. And it starts with you who have the powers, the deans, the vice chancellors, the heads of departments. You've got power to influence. Now use it. And if they challenge you, I will be there with you to fight the fight with you. If it means we challenge through court systems, let us use that. If it means mass demonstrations, we do that. If it means a campus must close down in order for us to hear the voice of the voiceless, it's what we will do. Because I, Tsogofatso Megan Chauke, want to reach academic excellence. I want to be a contributor to this society. I want to absorb knowledge. I want to be filled with knowledge, experience, and teachings. I want to be a change maker. I want to educate others. I want to leave a legacy that says this world is designed and redefined for all. A child who is born with a disability will not be disabled because the world would have been designed to welcome them. Our learning institutions and facilities and even our learning curriculums would have been designed to welcome them. We must be able to change our curriculum that seeks to exclude learners with disabilities and special needs from advancing their academic careers by being kept in a DCAP institution when they could be in mainstream. We must promote inclusive education because this is a policy and a framework that has been adopted by the National Assembly. We must say no to exclusion and learners who do not access education. We must say no to our neighbor Umaki, someone in our community who does not allow and infringes on the right of a child on accessing education. We must say no to academic institutions that turn away learners with disabilities who desperately want to seek academic excellence. We must say no to the attitudinal barriers that discriminate, exclude, and perpetuate a culture that divides us. Let's move away from a checkbox exercise where we say, we've absorbed students with disabilities, we've got 20 of them. How many of those 20 have you been able to retain? We've got a disability unit Is it adequately resourced and funded? We've got a disability lab. Does it have all the devices that are needed to enable those who seek to access that lab? We've got disability policies, but yet, why is it sitting gathering dust? Because no one reads it. We've got training that no one attends. We've got disability functions and programs in universities that the able-bodied, even lecturers and educators feel is not for them. It's for those who are disabled. Student support that does not want to support activities and programs of persons with disabilities that seek to advance inclusion and accessibility, that seek to sensitize and create awareness, infrastructure that limits, debilitates access to learning excellence, curriculums that seek to intentionally exclude you and ensure and guarantee failure. Now, as you leave here, I want you to be reminded of your daughter, your son, your sister, your brother, your mother, your father, your grandparents, your relatives, your next door neighbor, your colleague who is disabled. And think of the pain that they feel because of exclusion. The pain that they feel when wanting to further their education, but because the system was not designed for them, and because the attitudes of individuals do not enable them, because you had the power to make change, to be a thought leader, to be a revolutionary individual, thought leader, chose not to. Remind yourself, or ask yourself rather, what are you doing to promote inclusive education? In your very corner and space, what have you done to advance inclusive, accessible, universal, adequate education? I'd like to thank you for your time, and I would like for you to all give yourselves a round of applause. You are thought makers. You are those who are imparting knowledge to many South Africans and those who are not even in South Africa. You are appreciated, and continue the good work. To the learners who have joined us, perseverance, consistency. Continue. It's not easy, but as long as you know what the ultimate goal is. I did it, and I will continue, even if it can take me 10 more years to reach my master's and my doctorate. I will be committed to it. Thank you very much. Okay. Can I come now?
Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Muckleuck, for your moving address. And I think you have challenged us. When she started, she said, I'm not defined by my disability. I define my disability. And I think that was a powerful statement to then indicate that there are barriers, there are chains that are holding us back, and it is a matter of a mindset to break those chains. She went on and said, I am deaf, I am blind, and I cannot access my study material. And coincidentally, in our commission yesterday, we were talking to other colleagues. I think, Nathan, you were there. At Unisa, the system says to us, we prepare study material in advance. But by the time students enter into our system, that study material does not suit their need. And she challenged us to say, and Prof. Mahano, as a teacher coming from College of Education, why don't we encourage our lecturers for lifelong learning and they enroll for inclusive education? Then we are better positioned to know how to treat them. So, you recall Advocate Maifane, as I'm concluding, when we were sitting in the holding room yesterday, Mechauke said, out of this conference, what's going to be done? Yeah. And she then asked to say, in the commission breakaway session in our conference language, where she was, she challenged them to say, what are the recommendations that are coming out of these papers? So Prof. Mahano, and I think by extension the local organizing committee, is for us then to say that policy brief that was mentioned by almost each and every speaker, she has now cemented a need for it. So that then we also, as we challenge the external stakeholders, she then said in a parting shot, is our budget process inclusive? When we do our budget, do we also consider the inclusivity? And I think it is those challenges that she has brought through her address. And as she concluded, she talked about what we talked at VC's Lekgotla, access for success. Let me repeat in case it has just flown through. Access for success. So until we break those barriers, we'll have a lot of students that are not succeeding. She challenged us about students that are dropping out. We are running a project in our portfolio. We brought all colleges together, I think 4 weeks ago, Prof. Mahano, and we challenged them to say, this is a year of making sure that we are reducing modules and students at risk. So it is as if she was at that summit and at the Lekgotla. So Mechauke, thank you so much for challenging us. And we are not taking your address lightly. We are going to push those recommendations that you have provided. Can we give the round of applause as she's presenting the stage? She seems to love pictures, eh? Content creator, she says. Well done. Thank you so much, colleagues. The next speaker, and I'm looking at the time, but I trust she's a leader by herself. She's going to manage time. The next speaker is Professor Phumela Msweli, and as I'm reading her bio, she has obtained her Master in Business Administration at the University of Exeter with cum laude. She has PhD qualification from Exeter University in the UK and MPhil in Development Finance from Stellenbosch University. Prof. Msweli is a certified integral coach and an International Coaching Federation ICF accreditation in Nagram practitioner. She has taught at the University of Witwatersrand, at the University of Natal, which became the University of KwaZulu-Natal after the merger. She serves as a professor of global business at the University of South Africa. Additionally, Prof. Msweli served as a visiting scholar at St. Mary University in Canada, University of Mauritius, Friedrich Alexander University, Erchlen Nuremberg in Germany, and most recently in Romanian American University. An accomplished researcher, Prof. Msweli has written extensively and has published her work in local and international journals. She has supervised 21 doctoral students to completion, 2 of which are now professors. Professor Msweli has also supervised over 40 master's students to completion. She has also participated in numerous international collaborations and research projects that are located in South Africa, Uganda, Mauritius, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Egypt, Ethiopia, Botswana, Canada, USA, UK, Germany, France, Finland, and Sweden. I think I can go on and on and on. She has extensive experience in leadership, and she currently serves as a CEO and Executive Dean at the Graduate School of Business Leadership at the very same university. Join me as we welcome Prof. Musweli to stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director Dr. Janu. Thank you very much. These introductions, we have to be careful that they don't bloat our egos too much. Vice Chancellors of our great African universities, executive management and deans of faculties from the global community, policymakers present here with us, faculty from the 16 countries represented in this international conference, authors and co-authors of 188 papers presented in this conference, communities of teaching and learning practice represented in this conference, esteemed elders, distinguished delegates, Sanibonani, Dumelang, Likai, the mega shifts, the transformations that we were privileged to go through just by attending this conference are utterly humbling, Prof. Mahano. And I would like to first thank you before I say much, and your esteemed local organizing committee for leading us, bringing us together to reimagine teaching and learning and student support, connecting minds and bridging gaps. And before I venture with my response to the transformation discourse presented this morning, I would like to confirm that those who are not here, or those who are not here from the 5th and up to the 8th have lost out, because there is no one who has attended this conference who will leave untransformed. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to engage with the true transformation keynote presentation by Dr. Makanike and Advocate Maifadi, which speak to the very soul of our collective African identity, global identity, and citizens of this beautiful planet Earth, which speaks to the African education systems, global education systems, our teaching, our learning, student support issues, particularly issues of epistemic justice and ontological stances, and in our particular context, in the context of African ontologies. First, I want to respond to Dr. Makanike's brilliant presentation, and the theme I picked up was, why transform teaching and learning in Africa? Why do we need to transform this space, and what role can indigenous knowledge systems play in transforming teaching and learning and student support? Dr. Makanike speaks of transformation of higher education, and especially of teaching and learning, as not just a necessary but an urgent imperative. Dr. Makanike points out that there are a number of reasons why transformation in teaching and learning is critical, and how indigenous knowledge plays a pivotal role in this process. Firstly, indigenous knowledge systems are play a fundamental role in decolonizing education for relevance, for access, to the majority of African people. African higher education system, as he pointed out, has been shaped by Western epistemologies, often marginalizing, and he said, even criminalizing knowledge systems. Therefore, transformation is needed, as he points out, to ensure curriculum relevance, so that our curriculum does not rely solely in Eurocentric models. Transformation and indigenous knowledge systems promote critical thinking, as pointed out by Dr. Makhanike. And the indigenous pedagogies, for example, oral traditions, communal learning, he points out that these can foster deeper engagement and contextual problem solving. He challenges our stances on epistemic injustice or justice by saying that many African knowledge systems have just been systematically excluded the key knowledge that we use for thinking, for dreaming, for writing, for engaging. Integrating these ways and modalities of learning will restore intellectual sovereignty. Dr. Makhanike also points out that teaching and learning can be transformed to foster inclusivity and identity. And he suggests that transformation must be the center of African identity and dignity by ensuring that it values indigenous languages as mediums of instruction and research, particularly to enhance comprehension and cultural pride. As academics, we are challenged to rethink how we even incentivize teaching and learning. What kind of incentives, non-financial and financial incentives, we put in place to ensure that these indigenous knowledge systems are embedded in curriculum transformation initiatives. Well, we can't say we cannot register our students for indigenous knowledge system degrees, because Dr. Makhanike introduced us to a Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge Systems, a 4-year program that we should all be proud of, that we should all be marketing and ensuring our students, our own children, register for in order to transform knowledge for future generations. Really, the central theme of Dr. Makhanike's thesis is that transformation or transforming higher education in Africa is about reclaiming agency, personal agency, institutional agency, ensuring relevance and empowering future generations with tools rooted in heritage, using storytelling, community engagement, engaged scholarship, entrepreneurship, while engaging locally, regionally, and globally. This makes indigenous knowledge a dynamic living system that can be driven, that can actually drive innovation and sustainable development and contribute to the African Union 2063 agenda. And I want to thank you, Dr. Makhanike, for challenging us to rise to the occasion of making teaching and learning relevant to our culture, for offering and writing with your colleagues a program, a bachelor's program, after which students can go straight and do a master's degree. I then want to turn to Advocate Maifadi's discourse on transformation. Advocate Maifadi's address is not merely a call to action, ladies and gentlemen, but a sacred invocation, a reminder that the restoration of the African family is a bedrock upon which education, governance, leadership, societal harmony must be rebuilt. He speaks of rituals and recognition, the power of didumediso, the emphasis on how we see people, their spirituality, how we ground people, how we seek meaning from gatherings where we acknowledge not just the current person, but their ancestral lineage. Asking, where are you, Ukai, Likai? I must confess, advocate, I never thought of that before, that the word Likai means, where are you spiritually? So really, this is a spiritual awakening and a spiritual opening, that the little things that we take for granted are actually huge spiritual openings that we can use to connect. And he challenges modern education's transactional nature in his speech. How might we institutionalize this practice in our classrooms? Could a teacher perhaps in their training program incorporate these rituals that foster our humanness, ubuntu bethu, I am because you are, as a pedagogical principle? He talks about these rituals that underscore the agency of visibility, our visibility as spiritual beings in our curriculum. Might this be a framework for addressing the issues of disability? Might this be a framework for addressing issues of mental health and crisis among youth? Advocate Maifadi also speaks of family as a spiritual architecture, a curricular imperative. Prof. Magano, please include me in that group of academics that will put together a module on spirituality, because we can have the best of policies, we can have the deepest of pockets, the richest of endowments, but if we don't build the fundamentals of society, such as family, all will be lost again. He speaks of hierarchical models, self, family, state, peace, and echoes philosophies that we have seen in the 9th century from Egypt. I'm sure you've heard of the principles of Mat. We can also echo from the principles of Confucian philosophy, Buddhism, etc., that speak to the accountability, family as a central point of accountability in communities. I think it is quite revolutionary, your transformation discourse, because of its eloquence and simplicity around the most basic and yet things that we have forgotten about. Your spiritual paradigms and the roles that you speak of our behaviors. Could we pilot this family studies module that integrate indigenous knowledge, such as what he spoke to Tsika, the vein concepts, alongside all concepts in different epistemologies? The radical question, perhaps, advocate, is your address, can it really support student support? Can it really support students as the central discourse of this conference? And the big answer is yes. It can be the central paradigm around the counseling services of our students. It can be a central paradigm around the counseling of our own colleagues that are working in this vast university that has such serious demands on our mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, and physical bodies. This paradigm, advocate, can be used to document oral histories, and Dr. Makanika, to document oral histories of family systems that have disrupted colonialism, e.g. the migrant labor system. We have not yet written books about how we can restore those disruptions created by the migrant labor systems. I speak as a migrant laborer myself because I have to support all the time my family based all over the country. You speak of assessing students not just on individual merit, but on contributions to community harmony. Maybe, Prof. Makano, we really need to have in our performance contracts, as you always advocate, as a champion, as a Unisa champion to epistemic justice in teaching, we should emphasize community harmony. Because this land, the riches of our continent get stolen in the midst of our conflicts. And those conflicts start in our passages, in our institution, in our country, and they become the fabric that runs our society. And I think we need to contribute to this advocate because it starts with family. And as our individual institutions, we are a Unisa family, we are an African family, we are a global family, but without that family at home, it's a pipe dream to have it institutionally. You speak of gender harmony, the lost institution of Rakgadi and Malume as a source of institutional wisdom. Thank you for that, because we have lost it completely. This balance of masculine, feminine principle, advocate, is supposed to be a gift to global discourse on gender equity, actually. In closing, could our universities, our respective departments, pioneer a center for African family restoration, blending academic rigor with elder wisdom, which also speaks to Dr. Makhanike's discourse. Perhaps let us not just speak of Ubuntu and balance, Butu, but fund it. As my colleague who just left the podium spoke about funding these issues. But we need to fund through scholarships for indigenous knowledge holders. The indigenous knowledge holders should, if we have to measure in financial terms, those are the people that should be billionaires, actually, not the other way around, where people who have not been steeped in indigenous cultures and uplifting the indigenous cultures as it is today. So Advocate Maifadi, thank you for reminding us that the veins, Tsika, of our ancestors still beat in us. The task now is to ensure that their pulse fuels the future. I would like to close this response on transformation with much humility and fire in my belly to contribute to this discourse, and thank you very much.
Dr. Chivase, I think you got the message, eh? Prof. Museli, now it is your turn to be treated. You have been treating all previous 5 presenters. Now it is your turn to be the guest of honor. And as they are taking pictures, I think her address, she succinctly captured the previous addresses on transformation. Didn't she do justice? Oh, she did. So you can see that at Unisa we are gifted. We have got Warahadi, we have got leaders, we have got everything. And those that are not part of this mega university, you are missing out. You can join us, Dr. Market. But I think also your last part in terms of reflecting on the family reminded me of what our late former president, Nelson Mandela, said. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its senior citizens, but those that are on the lowest. And I think it sort of connects with what Mechauko was saying. But as you also advocated for epistemic justice and to say, what are we doing as leaders in transforming the very same institutions that we are leading? Colleagues, we have come to the end of our morning session. We are about now to go to the poster presentations that are going to be taking place in the Senate Hall. However, here is an important announcement. I want to draw your attention. I see you are already packing your bags and you are not going to be listening. When we go out of this, the ZK Hall, which is this one, we are going to go to our foyer. Let's engage our sponsors and those that are exhibiting for about 10 minutes or so. So I'm looking at the time, it is 30 minutes to 12. So exactly at 12 o'clock, Opticop and Africans, we will be starting in Senate Hall with the poster presentation. So let's engage them, those that will want to grab a cup of coffee, tea, warm water, because we were told that this is very cold, this venue is very cold. As you do that, let's go around the tables of our exhibitors, let's engage them. I'm told some are paid today, I'm not sure, Prof. Then they can also support those businesses. And then we're gonna go to our Senate Hall. We're gonna be having our poster presentations, mostly from our students and other colleagues. And this is where I'm handing over to Dr. Gavenda, who will take over from me from the other side. It was a good morning to have all of you. And you have engaged everyone, you have clapped hands for everyone, and I wish you're gonna clap hands for me. Thank you so much as we go out. Enjoy your day.
International Teaching and Learning Conference 2025. We are really pleased to note your support on all 3 days thus far. It augurs well for us. It also sends us a message that indeed, that this particular conference is really making an impact to enhance your skills, your competencies, and whatever else in terms of the academic project, wherever you are, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in Eswatini, whether you are in South Africa, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in Singapore, or whether you're in the United Kingdom. Having said that, it's always a matter of poster presentations coming across as a stepchild in any conference. We have the posters scattered in particular venues, but you'd have noted last year and this year, we see poster presentations as an equal contribution to the conversation of connecting minds and bridging gaps. Now, having said that, in front of you, you would have an evaluation form, because we also want to establish the best poster presentation. Therefore, in front of you, you would have a rubric, you'll notice there are 12 columns for 12 poster presentations. Each has a maximum score of 5. There are 12 criteria. You'll add up right at the bottom. Do not indicate your winner as yet. We will go through all 12 posters. I'll tell you why. In terms of conference evaluation, there are 3 delegates who already completed day 4. So colleagues, now let me observe all protocol and extend a special word of welcome to our VIPs, our keynote speakers, and of course, Prof. Mokhano, who's the project lead, so to speak, or the conference chairperson. Having said that, let me also ask you to give yourself a very warm round of applause. I think firstly you will note we didn't use spell check if you look at the word presentation. Please pardon us for that. Colleagues, let me then take the honor of welcoming Ms. Maureen Kutsia to begin with the first poster presentation. It's okay, let's see.
I also have a PowerPoint slideshow running along with the poster presentation. It's a picture. It's this one. You can present more once you're done. Excuse me. I'm unsure how to put it, whatever it is.
Is your laptop touch screen? No?
Excuse me?
Is it touch screen? Your laptop.
No. How can I see? I also have my notes on here. How can I see my notes?
Touch screen.
Can I extend the screen?
You can.
I would like to see my notes here and post the poster there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I would like to take a brief moment just to introduce myself. I'm Maureen Coetzee, and my co-authors, Professor Geiger and Dr. Coetzee, they contributed significantly towards the study and also towards the contents of this poster. However, they are not here today. I would just like to ask you to maybe just take in the contents of the poster for a brief moment while I just quickly ask to tend, if someone can just help me tend to my technical difficulties, please.
Colleagues, our humble apologies. We're going to move the current presentation to later on in the schedule. So perhaps we're going to go to poster presentation number 2. May I kindly call Mr. Isaacs to the podium to present? Mr. Isaacs, I saw you in the morning. Colleagues, we'll then go to poster number 3. Ms. Sigwani. We'll get back to you later.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry for the inconvenience. No problem.
With you, HDMI on the side.
Morning, colleagues. I hope this is not or it is an indication that you can vote for me as your preference. Since I was number 3, now I'm number 1. Yeah, so I'm just getting my nerves done. Okay, so colleagues, this is my topic. Oh, sorry, my name is Dawazi Sigwana from the Student Retention Unit. which is from the DTSFL, the department that is hosting you today. My topic is academic performance of first-generation students in distance education, a descriptive analysis of demographic factors, variables, and academic achievements. So colleagues, today, I hope you are aware that Unisa attracts diverse students, students from diverse backgrounds. And today I'll be sharing with you an initiative that we implemented in 2023. So just to introduce the topic, what you might be wondering, what are first generation students? First generation students are students as literature defines, whose parents do not have a high education or did not graduate. And also these students encounter an additional layer to challenges as they enter higher education. So these are the challenges that they experience, such as lack of academic resources the family members cannot provide, and also they have lower levels of academic preparation, and others struggle to navigate their university life. There are a lot of challenges, but maybe in the interest of time, I'll just go on with the introduction. So these students also are usually from low or disadvantaged backgrounds, and then also they tend to have lower grades and lower academic success. So as the student retention unit, we realized that we need to target first generation students at Unisa. So just to give you a little bit of background on why we targeted first generation students. And maybe some of these challenges, colleagues, you would have experienced yourself if you are a first generation student or in this regard, and also transitioned to being a first graduate in your family. Maybe not to, just to, who would like to indicate if they are a first generation student or a first graduate in your family? Okay, we have quite a number of, and maybe some of these challenges yourself you did experience. So just to give you context, colleagues, in 2023, we had an initiative that we call Uqhuba Kanjani. So basically it's translated as, how are you doing? We were calling first generation students, we're finding out how are they doing, are they settling in at Unisa, as are aware of the student support that we are providing as Unisa. So we found a lot of, some of them, a lot of challenges that we're going through, and then so after that, after calling of the students, okay, so when we were calling the students, the conversation was lasting between 15 to 20 minutes, and there were a lot of challenges that they expressed to us. And most of them actually did appreciate that we were calling them. We called over 200 students, myself and my colleague, and some of the challenges that we encountered during that time was, during the time of load shedding, so we experienced quite a challenge with that, and then some of the students also had network coverage. When we were calling them, we were using Teams, and then we had a problem with that, so we transitioned, or one colleague of ours contributed a cell phone, so we started calling them there. We also found that if then they had other challenges, they would call us using that cell phone number. So yeah, that's one of the, because they needed someone to talk to, right? And then after the calling of the students, we then sent them a follow-up email that spoke to the needs that they indicated while we were calling them. So how then did we identify the first generation students? So we have a MOOC that all first-year students need to enroll in. That's how we identified. So in that MOOC, there is a survey, an embedded survey, so that responds to how they are transitioning to before they actually accept an offer, they have to take that MOOC. So in that survey, students, we asked them whether they know what is a first generation student or do they identify as a first generation student. So that's how we got the first generation students. And then thanks to our department as well, because of the ethical clearance, that's how I'm able to share what we found. And then, so that's how data was collected. We got that list from ICT, and then we were able to identify the first generation students. So how then did we, resuming to the study now, how then did we actually analyze our data? We use Microsoft Excel. So this is what we found in our data. So most of the students that we have are female, 75%, as you can see. There was a pointer, but apparently it's not working, colleagues. So 75% of them are female, and then the 25% is male. And as the profile of Unisa, the expectation, we also found here in the list, it's mostly African students. And then there were also white students and Indian as well as coloreds. Some of the students did indicate their disability. So we found that 4 of them indicated they were bold enough to actually indicate in this regard. And most of the students were from SEDU, College of Education. I think here it's 27%, if I can, it's small so I can't see clearly. And then the SEC followed by the College of Law. And we have just 2 students from KAIS. So the geographical location of our students, most of them in 2023, they were located in the Eastern Cape. There were 558, and then 237 of them were from Mpumalanga. The least first generation students were from the Western Cape. And so, colleagues, just to zoom into what this study hopefully going to be a paper in future, looking at the academic achievements of first generation students in 2023. 4,278 modules were registered by first generation students. And so 1,060 of them were actually passed with a distinction. Speaking for myself, I was very encouraged by that 1,660 modules were passed by first generation students. And then 1,393 were passed, just between 50% and 74%. And 675 were failed. 243 showed that students were absent from the examination. 2 were absent from the supplementary examination. Then 12 had disciplinary pending. 22 had deferred because of non-compliance with proctoring, and 12 cancelled proctoring. So our initiative, or should I say the study, did not necessarily look at the reasons why, for example, some of the students actually had disciplinary, or how far the process is, and also the reasons why the scripts were rejected, or why they were absent from the supplementary examination. So just to conclude, looking at the context and the background of this study and the challenges that first generation students experience, we want to contribute to the body of knowledge. Especially, we saw the gap that in distant education, or ODEL, there isn't much that is written of the challenges of experiences of first generation students. So this is what our study is wanting to contribute. And also, we also wanted to contribute to support that focus on first generation students. And so, colleagues, with that, I conclude. But also just to say the way forward from this initiative that we implemented, we came up with the project that is called Student Success Coaching. Student Success Coaching is a project that we started this year, where we have students who are graduate, and they will be mentor, my colleague also calls it a bridge between the institution as well as the students, just to orientate them and support them at a basic level as they transition to higher education or as they transition to Unisa. So, but if you want to know more about that project, I'll share in our 3rd international conference. Thank you. Next year. Thank you, colleagues.
Colleagues, another round of applause for you can please bear with us. Whatever clarifications, comments, you can write it at the back of your evaluation form. At the end, we might have a few minutes to spare. Please, if you go to your evaluation, make sure for poster number 2, you put a line across. Please don't score it, because tonight, when we are identifying the scores, we don't want to see any scores in column number 2, posted 2 as in presented. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
We wish you the best.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dawood. Colleagues, next up is Mrs. Dawood.
Okay, you'll be alone. Put the laptop down. Okay. Oh, I don't know what I did now.
Is your laptop touchscreen?
It's hers. It's her laptop.
Is it touchscreen? Yes?
Is what?
Is it touchscreen?
Yes. Okay, you will be fine.
Yeah, I don't need to zoom. Or do you want to sit and zoom?
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
zoom.
How can I start? Okay. What comes to mind when you think of a student not submitting an assignment? What if it has nothing to do with them being lazy? What, perhaps what, if it has nothing to do with them not caring for your module, or for their academics, or for being entitled? Or perhaps what happens if it's not your module that they're prioritizing? Maybe they're trying to juggle everything. What comes to mind when you think of a student not submitting your assignment? From insights to action, transforming student assignment challenges into scalable solutions. Respected colleagues, a warm welcome and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you, the universal greeting of peace. My name is Nasihat Ibrahim Dawood, and I'm from the Student Retention Unit at this prestigious institution, Unisa. Historically, at Unisa, the first assignment had direct influence on exam entrance as well as student funding. Using the Student Retention Unit's early alert system, a beautiful system that uses machine learning and algorithms, we were able to identify students who did not submit their assignments, or as the system flagged them, as at risk. We identified students at the exact moment of academic silence, when the assignments did not come, when they did not appear. We have rolled out this activity from 2022 until 2024 with a total of 4 rollout cycles. We then reached data saturation. Then we listened, not just with surveys and statistics, but with compassion and understanding. We listened to understand what were the barriers to student success. What were the barriers to student assignment submission? What we uncovered was not a list of excuses, well, in most cases,
but a symphony of barriers. Figure 1 outlines the 7 key themes with a myriad of sub-themes, which I will not get into right now. However, they moved from load shedding to network issues, to not knowing how to upload an assignment, to requiring extra support, to not feeling too well, to juggling work-life balance. While figure 2 displays the assignment completion status. How far did students get with their assignments? But here's where we flipped the script. We did not leave it as that. We built a practical solution of some sorts. Introducing the Assignment Navigator, a student support tool grounded in lived student realities. Colleagues, interventions do not need to cost thousands of rands. Why do we complicate things? When I was at the military, my colonel told me, do not complicate anything. You find a problem. What is the problem? What's happening? Identify it, find a solution. Simple, no airy-fairy, no complicated stats. Just go with what your heart tells you. Find a problem, find a solution. And that's exactly what this is about. Nothing complicated, simple. As my manager says, let us grab the low-hanging fruits. And that is exactly what we did. That is when I created the Assignment Navigator. Nothing fancy, just a PDF document. I did not know where to find my study guide. Okay, follow this video to find your study guide. I do not know where to get my data. Click on this link to update your details for data. Scenarios like that students in the past struggled, and providing practical solutions for them to gain that edge. Okay. The Assignment Navigator is a problem solution-based directory of sorts, simple yet functional. The Navigator includes extracted student voices marrying with one of the themes or all of the themes of non-submission, followed by direction for help. While we may not be able to control everything or have solutions to everything, the Navigator is not reactive. It is relational. It speaks the language of struggle and success. We are not just asking how to fix non-submission, but we are asking how do we prevent the fall before the student stumbles? How do we scale empathy in a system of scale? And how do we move from passive policies to proactive pulse checks? With a combination of data analytics, algorithms, contextualized messages, and this navigator, we began to build a student rescue system, not just a student support system. Student success is not just a metric, it is a movement. The Assignment Navigator is not just a tool, it is a conversational starter, a door opener, a lifeline, if you may. And maybe, just maybe, it's a beacon guiding thousands of students back into the light of academic success. Are we building structures or are we building safety nets? I leave you with one final question. What if the next grade student doesn't drop out because we noticed them and caught them in time? Thank you.
Colleagues, another quick round of applause for Mrs. Jarvis. Thank you very much. We'd now like to call upon Dr. Mashao to the podium to make a presentation. Dr. Mashao, you sent me your presentation.
laptop to project the poster, then I will read from my notes. No, I'm not going to use it. Let's just make sure that it's yeah, I'm going to use my notes. Good afternoon, conference organizers, delegates, and our esteemed guests. I'm delighted to share with you my research that is in progress under the title that says, Towards Inclusive Student Support, Integrating Health Promotion in Higher Education for Sustainable Learning. Your presenter this afternoon is Chipiwa. In my introduction, inclusive student support remains critical in higher education institutions, not to mention the integration of health promotion. The expansion of higher education institution approach across Africa has redefined higher education access, particularly for non-traditional students. However, the health and well-being of students in higher education settings remain underexplored. Despite evidence linking student health to academic success, current institutional strategies tend to overlook health promotion with virtual learning environments. So the research gap in this paper, despite the growing expansion of higher education institutions in Africa, existing students' support systems often lack integration with comprehensive health promotion frameworks, resulting in fragmented interventions that fail to address student well-being holistically. Students engaged in digital and distance education are disproportionately, affected by the mental, emotional, and physical health challenges. Yet, institutional responses to these concerns remains inadequate. Furthermore, health promotion strategies are not systematically embedded within higher education policies and practices, leading to inconsistencies in student support structures and accessibility. The increasing prevalence of digital fatigue has been identified as a critical factor contributing to reduced cognitive engagement and diminished academic performance. However, current support models do not adequately mitigate these effects. Additionally, a lack of coordinated cross-sector collaboration between higher education institutions and the public health sector has hindered the scalability, the access of students, and long-term sustainability of student wellness initiatives. Addressing these gaps is essential for fostering inclusive and resilient student support systems within higher education institutions. What is the problem statement in this presentation? Students in higher education institutions often lack access to mental health and general medical services due to geographic, technological, and financial barriers. The resulting stress, coupled with the pressure of digital learning, contributes significantly to high dropout rates. Institutional responses to these challenges have largely been inadequate, with most higher education institutions failing to implement inclusive, health-centered student support strategies. Moreover, socioeconomic disparities exacerbate these inequities, reinforcing systemic exclusion. There is a pressing need for higher education institutions to reimagine student support through a health promotive lens. So the purpose of this presentation is to seek to explore the integration of health promotion into higher education student support systems to enhance students' well-being and to bring about inclusive and sustainable interventions that promote students' well-being. The main research question guiding this presentation: how can health promotion be effectively integrated into student support systems in higher education institutions to enhance inclusivity, resilience, and academic success? The objective then is to investigate the impact of health promotion on students' retention, engagement, and academic performance in ODEL institutions or higher education institutions, to identify the existing gaps in student support frameworks, particularly concerning mental health, digital fatigue, and access to healthcare services, to explore intersectoral collaboration for the purpose of inclusive student support by integrating health promotion in higher education for sustainable learning. The methodology that was used in this presentation is a literature review approach. The paper employed the literature review methodology to examine the integration of health promotion in higher education student support systems. I'm not going to go through all these other items under methodology for the sake of time. Although maybe if you would like to engage with me later, we can take it this far. So I would like to share with you the results. The results in this presentation is that the integration of health promotion within higher education institutions has been shown to contribute to improved student retention rates and increased academic participation. Institutions that actively embed health-centered support mechanisms create environments that enhance students' engagement and reduce attrition, promoting a more sustainable educational experience. Likewise, the implementation of digital health tools has been associated with a reduction of anxiety and digital fatigue, allowing students to maintain focus and actively participate in learning activities. These interventions continue to overall students' well-being, improving cognitive endurance and academic outcomes. Holistic wellness programs that address physical, mental, and social health have demonstrated positive effects on academic resilience by equipping students with the necessary support systems to manage challenges inherent in remote learning. Such programs enhance students' ability to cope with stresses. Okay, let me just go quickly. My time is up. I thought when I've tried to jot down the notes, I was going to be very fast. So let me just go to my conclusion quickly. The integration of health promotion within higher education institutions is essential for improving student retention and academic engagement. Institutions that embed health-centered strategies into their frameworks create environments that enhance learner success while mitigating risk associated with digital fatigue, stress, and limited access to healthcare. Evidence indicates that students benefit significantly from holistic wellness programs. And I would like to, in my acknowledgements, I would like to appreciate the conference organizers for the opportunity to present a poster in this podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mashal. Colleagues, it's quite embarrassing for me to indicate my entire evaluation form is up in smoke. Please bear with me. The first presentation that we had by Mrs. Ntogos Sigwane is poster number 3. Can you please alter that if you haven't? Then the second presentation was made by Mrs. Dowd. That's poster number 4. Thank you very much. Then we had Dr. Mashal, which is poster number 6. Colleagues, if you could, on top. Thanks, Prof. We'll take care of that. As you can see, my mid-year review for IPMS is in smoke. Colleagues, now I'm going to call upon Professor Malefane, and that you will note under poster number 9. Poster number 9, Prof. Malefane.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Malifa Rose Malefane from Unisa Department of Economics. I'll be presenting to you Keeping Up with the Joneses Assessment Authenticity in the Era of AI. I hope that some of you, if not all of you, have watched the movie, not that I'm promoting it, Keeping Up with the Joneses. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that AI is a very useful tool, but at the same time, it comes with costs, especially to us educators. Why have I picked this particular topic? And why keeping up with the Joneses? First of all, it starts with the appeal of AI. AI is very appealing. AI is very smart, like the Joneses, and AI can make life easy. However, if one is not careful, you might end up in trouble in trying to keep up with the Joneses. But for us educators, we seem to be caught in a dilemma. The dilemma is, to what extent do we embrace AI? And to what extent do we integrate it into our assessments? The answer to this question, in as far as I'm concerned, is very clear. We need to go back to the drawing board, and that is the Bloom's taxonomy. Why Bloom's taxonomy? Because it allows us educators to come up with measurable learning outcomes, ranging from lower level skills to high level skills. Here we're talking of cognitive skills. But then what we have seen is that with the growing use of AI, it becomes very difficult to assess the very learning outcomes that our module forms proclaim and promise to fulfill. What then should we do? First of all, we need to look at what is happening elsewhere, and based on evidence elsewhere, we as Africans and South Africans adjust ourselves accordingly. If you look at, for instance, evidence from the UK, it shows that there's definitely a growing use of AI, particularly in terms of the use of generational AI in assessments. What does that mean? And how do you link that then to the very learning outcomes that Bloom's taxonomy is emphasizing? That being the case, I had a look at different studies, and I saw that several of them, if not all, they analyzed both the advantages and disadvantages of AI in assessments in higher education. But then, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't come across any study that looks at the interrelationships amongst the very factors themselves. For instance, if you're looking at the risk factors, to what extent are they interrelated? It is for that reason that in the present study, we use the interpretive structural modeling technique to allow us to understand the contextual relationships, especially pertaining to the risks. So the current study focuses only on the risks associated with the usage of AI in setting assessments. This range from various factors, as you can see on the poster, starting with insufficient content and also the lack of contextual understanding from AI itself, which eventually ends up in us educators battling with whatever content that we are assessing from the student assessment, whether it is real, whether it is valid, and whether it is authentic. In the end, from the ISM approach, we found that there are two major observations. First, the insufficient content and lack of contextual understanding, they have the highest driving power to all other challenges that emanate within the usage of AI. But again, we realize that the diminishing human voice, or value rather, is becoming very prominent, and that itself depends on the whole set of other factors. Hence, that factor itself has a higher dependency power. So given the dependency, the differences in dependency powers and driving powers, what is our action then as educators? That brings us to the conclusion. The conclusion is that embracing AI is not a bad thing, but it requires us to investigate the resultant ripple effects that arise from the risk factors. And as we do so, we must be very mindful of the societal needs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Colleagues, that was poster number 9, just in case, just a reminder. I'm now taking you to poster number 5, Professor Karen Myers, who's waiting for us online. I think the technical team will dial her in so that she can present. Over to you, Prof. Sitting, I think, in the Western Cape, if I'm not mistaken. Technical, are you able to hear Prof. Myers? Richard?
Colleagues?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, let me just show you my poster. There we go. So let me start by greeting you. Sanibonani, greetings from Eswatini. My name is Karen Ferreira Meyers. I work for the Institute of Distance Education at the University of Eswatini, formerly University of Swaziland. And it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Let me start by introducing the work. So in October 2023, we started organizing a 5-week online short course called Artificial Intelligence for Educators, and we finally started rolling it out in October 2024. We have just finished cohort 2. We had a pilot group of about 15 people. Then we had a first cohort of about 120 and a third cohort with 180, more or less 180 participants. This short course has 5 modules. I'm concentrating on module 4, which is the module I'm responsible for, which looks at a practical integration of artificial intelligence, and in particular generative artificial intelligence in the classroom. It consists of course, interactive materials, course materials, as well as the main activity is a forum discussion where participants were asked to identify key strategies for integrating artificial intelligence in their classroom interactions. Classroom interactions including, of course, face-to-face ones, blended ones, and online ones. So my research question, my main research question was, how did forum interactions evolve and how did participants feel about those? This is research that should be seen in the area of the importance of forum interactions. And when we look at why forum interactions are important, we find different research strands. One is about enhancing social connectedness, especially in online environments. The second one is on promoting active learning. The third one is on facilitating peer support. And they are also cultivating critical thinking and strengthening instructor presence, which is sometimes seen as a little bit problematic in an online environment. I went back to an old theoretical framework, which is the community of inquiry, which has been adjusted over the years. And then I looked at what would be the methodology that would give me the best results. I looked at advanced content analysis, I looked at sentiment analysis, discourse analysis, and of course everything that has to do with the Moodle learning analytics that are available on our learning management system. This is part of a larger research. And I started with the interactions on Moodle and looked at cohort 1 and cohort 2. You can see that on that particular Moodle forum discussion, the main one, the average replies in cohort 1 were 1.14 replies per participant, about 305 words per reply as an average word count. Most people contributed 1 reply, but there were a few who did a little bit more. And in the word count, what we need to highlight is a wide range, from the minimum of 50 to the maximum of about 450, some even 500. So for cohort 2, we saw that the average replies had gone up slightly. The average word count, however, had gone down. So the participation was similar to cohort 1 and the word count again was quite varied. So when we compare cohort 1 to cohort 2, we see there is a higher engagement in cohort 2, but the responses are shorter. And for both cohorts, we can say there was a mix of low, moderate, and high contributors. So this is where more in-depth analysis, discourse analysis, advanced content analysis, and also sentiment analysis will give us better information, better clarification and explanations of the data and the interactions. So from this basic research, a couple of recommendations. Structured prompts for more responses are needed, a scaffolded discussion, there needs to be a protocol on that. Peer facilitation roles need to be clarified. Even though we use the rubric, I think clearer participation expectations need to be communicated. That's from the instructor's side. Then maybe connect the forums to assessment. I mean, we were evaluating the forums, but we were very, how can I say, maybe very lenient, very low key when it came to assessing them. So maybe we need to put in a little bit more of that. And we might want to include gamification. We've seen that in online environments, the use of badges and showing progress really helps with people interacting more actively. So we note limited dialogue, limited conversations, limited contributions, so limited focus when it comes to knowledge. So there is strategic forum design needed. Yes.
Excuse me, Prof. You
Am
do
I
have
running out of time?
Yes, ma'am, you're running out of time.
Okay, no worries. I am in my
Thank you.
conclusion. So just pointing out some study limitations and some further research, as you can see from the slide from the poster in front of you. Thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry for having taken a bit longer than I should.
Thank you very much, Prof. And my apologies. Prof is from the University of Eswatini.
Indeed.
Old Swaziland. Thank you very much. Colleagues, that was poster number 5, right? We're now going to poster number 7. No, sorry. We're going, yes, poster number 7. We want to call upon Ms. Muckleuck. Not here. You can put a cross along the column for column number 7. We then go to poster number 8. Ms. Nzama and Mr. Msomi. Poster number 8. No show. You can cross out column number 8 on your evaluation form. Column number 9 should already be populated. We had that by Prof. Colleagues, we then go very quickly to poster number 10, which will be followed by 11, followed by 12, and then we'll conclude with poster number 1, where we have the technical issues. So let me call upon Mr. Richard Wright, poster number 10. Thanks, Richard.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Richard Wright. I'm from the department of the ADOVH, that's the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, also within the Department of the Facilitation and Learning that's hosting the session today. So today, I'm going to introduce to you a masterclass that we developed. It started last year. It's under the project of student development, or student digital resilience. This is a 3-year project, so it's running from 2024 to 2026. So we're basically now midway with this project. One of the aims of this project is to really assess what are students' understanding of AI, the use of AI, and specifically prompting. And this comes from previous projects that we've run where we actually introduced students to online assistance, and we actually found that a big problem lies in how they prompt, how they actually approach AI. So with this in mind, for this project, we started off with an assessment. We've basically did an online survey, so a quantitative, and then also qualitative, where we had focus group sessions with the students. So this was conducted in 2024. So 2024, we still found, as I saw at the previous presentation as well, it's about 60% uptake. But we also found a lot didn't disclose that they use AI. That was still seen as, very a thing that you don't do in academia, and they don't know where's the boundaries of how you may use it. So a lot of them use it, but they won't disclose that they're actually using it. Very few actually came up to say that they're using it. We also found from the focus groups that we did that students are also scared of AI, very scared using it, what it was going to mean for them as a future, but also if they start prompting AI and asking questions, if they perhaps use some of that content, what can be the impact on their studies. So with this, we decided to start with the masterclass specifically focused on prompt engineering. Obviously, to get to the prompt engineering, we had to first introduce them what is AI, what is the background of AI, and also, how can I say, what is the ethical use of it? Not the ethical, but responsible use. As ethical is still a big debate on how do you use it ethically within a resource or institution, but we wanted to show them the responsible way of using it. With this, we also consulted a lot of stakeholders, people that work with students every day, to see where's the gaps. How do we actually contextualize this? How do we actually make this that it's something worthwhile for our students as well, something unique? And we quickly found that the language is one of the key areas that we can focus on. Explain this to me in my own language. Upload your study unit, ask it, translate it for me in my own language, explain it to me my home language. And that was one of the biggest impacts that we could make with the AI. Also, using the AI as a tutor, taking on the role, using local examples. So you've got this, how can I say, information online, how do you actually use it? So the course we designed is very practical. They're actually very hands-on. They actually chat with the university's chatbot Luwazi, trained on the course. They're encouraged to use different languages. We designed this as a high-flex model, so it's available on the My Student Skills Hub, but it's actually, we also supplemented with workshops and then also online workshops and face-to-face workshops. So with this, we have had a total reach of almost 14,000 students already. The satisfaction levels is quite high because it's the first time the university comes to them and teaches them how to use AI correctly. So hopefully with the statistics you saw earlier, the use of AI in 2025 among students, hopefully we added to that, but we added it in a beneficial way where they actually use it in a way for understanding of information and preparation. So as we mentioned, we conducted various pre-course assessments, evaluations. We're going to start with focus groups now, going to follow up with the students, what is their experience, how can I say, their overall outlook on AI has changed, and then also, explore some of the opportunities we already see. With the masterclass, we created a chatbot that's trained on the actual learning material, and it's got the boundaries to actually act as a tutor. So that already inspires students to continue with it, chat with it, and also share their experiences amongst each other. So that really, shows you where university can actually leverage this already within their modules as a support for students. Also creating micro-credentials, so what they're learning now within this AI course, they can add it so they can build up towards perhaps when they look for work opportunities one day. And then obviously keep on the ethical AI usage. One of the big things that students indicated was also losing their critical thinking, their creativity, with all this that you can just generate it so quickly. And that's something we want to delve into. How do we keep that critical thinking, creativity, but take it to the next level within the use of AI? So with that, thank you. I just want to show you lastly these graphs. As you can see, how it actually increased. The understanding was very broad and flatlined, and then at the end, it really peaked towards understanding these various technologies. Thank you, everyone.
Colleagues, poster number 11 is going to be presented by Mr. Harpestad. podium is yours. And before I forget, let's put our hands together quite strongly for our sign language interpreter. Who just
Thank you. Okay, I've got my own stopwatch. All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Hopstad. I'm also part of ADOVH with Richard, and I am an instructional designer. So what we did is for this year's project, which is, okay, pretty much what Richard said, from 2024 to 2026, we were in the house with regards to mobile learning. As we know, our students have very much got their cell phones, and that's how they study. There are quite a few students who have actually completed their degrees just using their mobile phones. I mean, that's impressive, guys. So, yes, so this course, really what we wanted to do is let's get students onto the same playing field. In other words, you've got a smartphone, you know what you've got, but can you maximize it? And that's really what we wanted to do. So this course, guys, we did a lot of research. We found out that, okay, what do students need? Well, when we have our workshops, right, what are the type of things they are always asking us? And that was sort of the idea that, okay, we've got some gaps that we can actually fill. So we started this project last year in October 2024, and we reached about 22,000, just over 22,000 students. All right, they attended. And then again, in this year, we had again a session, and we marketed it, and we had about 4,500 students live online with us on Teams that came to join us for this. And guess what? Teams didn't crash. It actually handled the workload pretty well. So that was actually quite a nice surprise. So with the courses, guys, what we really want to do is, it's great that students engage with the course, but at the end of the day, we want to know what other information do you need from us, or what other advice or guidance can you give us? So we've got a pre-course and a post-course survey that we do, and we actually go and see what the students are saying to us. And it's actually very interesting. So students then come back to us and tell us, right, I don't know how to do X, Y, and Z. And one of the things that comes up, lecturers, students do not know what a drop-down list is. Yeah, I kid you not. They do not know what a drop-down list is. So when you guys say to them, go click on the drop-down list, they haven't got a clue what you're talking about. And that has come back to us very often, almost every session. Okay, so we've actually got to remind ourselves that students might not be understanding some of these terminologies that we take for granted. So, yes, so we actually go and tell them, we show them, we demonstrate, this is what a drop-down list is. And then from there, it's like, okay, oh, that's what it is. And there we go. But with our course, guys, we also wanted to really focus in on the fact that how do you look after your device? Most smartphones have got device care. In other words, it's little applications that you can run on your phone that can get it to perform as best as possible. And the students found that very fascinating. I can't read that. What does it say? Anyway, all right. So yes, thank you for the reminder. So that was the one element. So we show students, okay, how do you clear out your memory? How do you look after the storage device that's built into it? Because at the end of the day, you're going to want to write your exams. And if your device isn't working as effectively as possible, it's not going to perform. And then you're going to have all sorts of troubleshooting areas. Then the other element that we found really interesting was our students have access to My Life, the Office 365 app that's on their devices, where you can scan, you can do your assignments, you can do a whole bunch of functions. And we started showing the students that there it is, you can start using this. And we demonstrated using a smartphone. So on their screen, they're actually seeing my phone, and I'm demonstrating it to them. Okay, there's too many guys putting up posters here for me. 3 and there's a 5, okay. All right. So yes, so that was also really, really interesting for the students, because now they've got this app, they can log in, they've got their My Life, and now they can start engaging it with. Now, as Richard was saying with AI, that is now also been added, Copilot. And we actually showed the students this is how you can actually engage Copilot to actually use it with your studies, or actually with the app itself, and to explain things to you, and in different languages. So the potential there is awesome. Something also that's really interesting is with the integration with tutoring and using AI. Wouldn't that be cool? Interesting. Anyway, so that also just comes up as well. So as you can see, we do have quite a lot of students who've given us feedback, course reviews, awesome. That's part of our quality assurance, guys, to make sure we are giving quality to our students. And based on that, the feedback has been really, really good. They love the fact that it's hands-on, that it's content that they can immediately apply. They don't have to wait for licensing or anything. They can actually start using the tools. So guys, please do, you'll see we've got a QR code, right? So please do use it. You can actually get this post-it I've got. And of course, you can also go check out the course that we've done. And of course, for 2025, we will be running the course again. And of course, using the feedback to advance and create probably a better version or another version, and maybe also homing in on laptop device care and things like that. So we've got lots of avenues that we're going to explore, so please do come and join us when we do have training, and you might see some interesting things coming up. Thanks a lot, colleagues.
Thank you very much, David. Colleagues, we then go on to poster number 12, Ms. Lindiwe Mashlangu. Over to you, ma'am. Welcome.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Did you know in sub-Saharan Africa there is a significant gap in internet usage between men and women? Only 34% of women are online compared to 34% of men. This digital gap poses a huge challenge, especially in higher education. I'm Lindiwe Mashlangu from the Unit Academic Open Visual Hub in the Department Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. Our poster, #Igniting Women Digital Futures, presents our initiative to tackle this issue head on. As you can see, digital transformation is accelerated, but women in particular in the global south and the distance learning like Unisa faces a major barriers. These include affordability, limited digital literacy, and even social cultural norms. Many of our female students access learning primarily through mobile devices and often lack advanced digital skills for online learning, AI, or even basic cybersecurity. This isn't just a skill gap, it's an equity issue. Our HairTech initiative, launched by the Academic Open Visual Hub, directly addresses this part of our student digital resilience project. Okay, sorry. To ensure our intervention was truly effective, we conducted a comprehensive baseline involving over 4,000 survey responses and focus groups with nearly 500 students. Armed with this insight, we co-designed the HairTech Bootcamp, It's evidence-based, content-sensitive, and student-centered. We used a high-flex model offering we armed with this insight with co-designed high-tech bootcamp is evidence-based, context-sensitive, and student-centered. We used a high-flex model offering live visual sessions, regional face-to-face workshops, and online material and offline material to maximize accessibility. The curriculum phrases emphasize foundational digital literacy like file management and safe browse, critical cybersecurity awareness, building confidence to overcome the tech intimidation, and importantly, showcasing African women in tech as role model. Our teaching was culturally responsive, using simple language and real-life example relevant to South African women. We rolled out the bootcamp and workshop, reaching over 1,200 students across various formats. We held virtual bootcamp with hundreds of attendees and targeted in-person workshop in several regions. Beyond the initial training for HairTech, we established a vibrant online community of practice on MS Engaged. This space now has over 1,200 members and provides ongoing learning, peer support, and access to resources. It is where learning continues and a digital sisterhood is fostered. The feedback has been extremely positive. As you can see, okay, let me maximize this. Okay. As you can see from our quantitative highlights, 93% of participants reported increased digital confidence, and 89% found the content highly useful. Many even asked for advanced follow-up training. Critically, we saw an advantage and an average digital skills score raise significantly from 2.1 to 3.8. Participants praised the practical relevance of the course and a supportive environment. To make this concept even more accessible, we developed a digital comic strip, what it means to be digital resilience. It visualizes a student journey and has translated into indigenous languages like isiZulu, Tshivenda, Setswana, and many more. Okay. In conclusion, HairTech Bootcamp is more than a training program. It's a demonstration of how inclusive evidence-based design can effectively close the gendered digital gap. Our call of action for this boost camp is simple: stay safe, stay smart, and stay visible in digital space. Together, we are building a future where women lead confidently in tech. Thank you.
Can we give Ms. Muckleuck another warm Sorry to bore you, but Unisa, you are quite steadfast on growing your own timber. And we want to build confidence. When a person who's an administrator is able to stand at an international conference colleagues, maybe we can go one step further and say, Pambili, Ms. Muckleuck, Pambili. Thank you very much. I think, colleagues, we're then going to go to Ms. Maureen. Kutsia, ma'am, you have 7 minutes to present. Colleagues, before I forget, this is poster number 1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience, and I do apologize for the inconvenience. But let me start before I am flagged. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. All right.
Colleagues, can we have your silence, please, if you don't mind?
So throughout literature, it has been shown that misconceptions regarding DC electric circuits are universal in nature, they are resilient to change, and are even promoted by teachers, textbooks, and common experience. Researchers have compiled extensive and overlapping lists of misconceptions throughout literature, where similar misconceptions are found among students of different countries, and it doesn't disappear with age. Students often demonstrate local and sequential reasoning. Oh, sorry. See, I'm still struggling technologically. Sorry. So students often demonstrate local and sequential reasoning rather than to reason globally, and while misconceptions refer to incorrect understanding, conceptual understanding also refers to the ability to comprehend a whole system using isolated facts and transferring this knowledge into new situations. Misconceptions are therefore part of poor conceptual understanding, which are still exhibited by our learners, especially in grade 12, and which are also reflected in our TIMS results. Our DBE diagnostic results So in the current study, we investigated conceptual understanding of circuits rather than misconceptions, arguing that by also focusing on correct understanding, this may provide better insight into the problem. The DBE diagnostic results of 2012 and 2023 reveal that students excel in memorizing Ohm's law and definitions, but they struggle to apply these conceptually to basic DC circuit diagrams. That over there, on the left-hand side, that is the question or the circuit diagram shown in the 2022 NSC exam for paper 1 for physical sciences, while the one on the right reflects the circuit diagram for 2011 exam paper. The one on the right reflects Tim's question that was asked in the 2011 Tim's question paper, and you will see there are quite some similarities there. They often ask students to be able to differentiate between series and parallel circuits, and also implying switches. The only big difference is that in grade 12s, or in the grade 12 CAPS curriculum, they also place a high emphasis on internal resistance, which is not reflected in the TIMS results. The reason why we put it in here is just to indicate the resilient nature of misconceptions. They may even, they do not start in the FET phase, but they might be carried over from senior phase, resulting even in intermediate phase teaching. So the theoretical context and the contextual framework of the study was also supported by the objective and the research questions. The objective was to investigate the nature of first-year university students' conceptual understanding of DC circuits. Data was collected at a specific point in time, that is prior to instruction at university level. And we used the workings of McDermott and Schaefer's model for the 3 categories of challenges that we used. We focus on students' failure to apply theoretical concepts, their difficulty with formal representations, as well as their lack of qualitative reasoning. Within the categories of McDermott and Schaefer, we can also identify some core difficulties, confusion between concepts, where students often confuse concepts such as energy, potential difference, and resistance with each other. There are also issues relating to potential difference and microscopic misunderstandings, and they also struggle to distinguish between series and parallel circuits, as was shown earlier. The contextual framework is situated within the work of Engelhardt and Beiger's direct test. They have 4 outcomes: physical aspects of DC circuits, energy concepts, current, potential difference, and within these 4 outcomes, they also have 11 objectives, which also places emphasis on different misconceptions. Our study design, we used a quantitative cross-sectional survey capturing students' DC circuit understandings at a single point in time. The study composed out of 815 students. We used a direct test, and it is standardized, and it is curriculum independent. The data analysis indicated that there were particular strengths in Ohm's law, where students can recite the law perfectly, but when asked some conceptual questions regarding Ohm's law, there were certain weaknesses, especially on the microscopic elements, as well as potential difference. We also made use of individual item fit residuals. Items that showed a good fit were placed within parameters of -2.5 to 2.5. Outside of this range indicated either under or over discrimination. Over discrimination indicated that the item was too sensitive to ability differences, with under discrimination where the item failed to distinguish between different learner abilities. These were some of the results. We also noted that test item 14, 16, 20, and 28 of the direct test indicated a misfit, where they either indicated over or under discrimination. And then both questions 20 and 28 had high positive residual values, which indicated under discrimination. In other words, these 2 items failed to distinguish between high and low ability students. We also made use of an item map, where question number 24 and 13 was highlighted, with 24 being the most difficult and 13 the most easiest. All right, my time has expired. However, I would just like to end with this, saying that there should be more emphasis on teaching students not to learn by heart, but rather to learn to think. And we should place more emphasis on conceptual understanding and not just rote memorization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, there are a few announcements. Please bear with us. The first, all delegates, your lunch will be served in a takeaway brown paper bag that you will collect from exam hall 1 and 2, where you were having your lunch on a daily basis. They are pre-packed. Number 2, you will then move to the buses. For those who have confirmed that they want to accompany us on a tour excursion to Freedom Park and thereafter to the Union buildings, the buses are outside Goldfields. Right? The entrance fee at the Freedom Park has been discounted to 80 rands, 80, instead of the 160. So it's a discounted. Prof, I'm not sure if I should announce, we have 2 buses. I think we wouldn't mind taking on a few more as long as they can pay the 80. Is that okay?
Yeah, because we pay Freedom Park.
At the Gwin.
So I think you should announce how much is it, so that when they reach there, they might be surprised.
Yeah. So colleagues, just to repeat, the entrance fee you will pay at Freedom Park, which is 80 rand. The transport, meaning the bus provided, is free of charge. The Union buildings is free of charge. There's no entrance fee, right? Now, if you haven't confirmed, I think we are still able to accommodate.
Yeah,
we can accommodate. Yeah. The last one, colleagues, let's put our hands together for the sign language interpreters once again. And the most important one, we want to take a group photo. I'm not sure if it's possible. We want to try and move towards these 2 aisles, especially the back. Plenty of seats in the front. It's for your own posterity, so to speak. A group photo on day 3 at least. So please, let's try and do that in a minute or 2, especially our colleague sitting right at the back, Mrs. Champion's lens. I don't think is going to reach you at the back. So if you can please make your way to the front.